authored 52,000 judgments and ordered.
We also have on the panel Justice S.R. Banurmat, who is the former Chief Justice of the Kerala High Court. In 1979, he started independent practice dealing in all branches of law, specializing in criminal and constitutional cases in Karnataka High Court, and also appeared in the Supreme Court of India. Sir was also the judge of the Karnataka High Court and served as the public prosecutor and government advocate for the government of Karnataka. He was elevated as the Chief Justice of Kerala High Court in 2009. Sir was also the chairman of the Maharashtra State Human Rights Commission from 2013 to 2018. We once again welcome you, sir, and with prior permission from the bench, the courtroom master may begin with the session.
With the permission of the bench, and if the participants are ready, we'd like to start with the final rounds of the second annual trial advocacy competition.
Yeah, start.
Thank you, sir. Greetings to the honorable bench and the participants. The Moot Court Association of Symbiosis Law School, Hyderabad welcomes you to the oral pleadings of second annual trial advocacy competition 2024. During the pleadings, the participants must adhere to the following timings: 6 minutes for the opening statements for each side, 24 minutes for examination in chief for all witnesses for each side, 28 minutes for cross-examination of all witnesses for each side, 12 minutes for the closing statements for each side. All the speakers in the session must change their view to the gallery view. In no case will the researcher be allowed to plead. No team shall indulge themselves in any act or misconduct in or out of the courtroom, undermining the credibility of the judges. Doing so may lead to the immediate disqualification. Teams are requested to leave the courtroom immediately after the session, and no feedback will be given to the participants by the judges or the courtroom volunteers. Teams are expected to wear formals for the rounds. All members of the team are expected to keep an eye on the chat box via which the time will be conveyed. All teams are to keep themselves muted and unmute only when required to, and all participants are expected to switch on their video at all times. With the permission of the bench, we may begin the pleadings.
Continue.
I hope I'm visible and audible. The counsel solicits permission to begin. The counsel extends its humble pleasure of appearing before this honorable court. The counsel is for the prosecution representing the state in the case of the state of Telangana versus Mr. Arjun Jha. With the due permission of the court, by virtue of section 249 of the Bharatiya Nagarik Suraksha Sanhita, the counsel would like to present the opening statement. Obliged. Your Lordships, today we gather to seek justice for a life tragically cut short. Keshav Sangam, a promising young man of just 22 years who met his untimely death just because he naively believed that he could reconnect with the accused, Mr. Arjun Jha. In the due course of investigation, the reports of the investigating officer and the medical officer reveals that Keshav's demise was not merely an unfortunate accident, but a deliberate act committed by Mr. Arjun, fueled by malice. Your Lordships, on the fateful evening of the 22nd of August, Keshav set out to meet his friends for what should have been a fun game of football. Instead, life backslid for Keshav. Witnesses will testify that Keshav, after leaving to collect the ball, which landed near the accused, failed to return. His friend, Mr. Vedant Puri, found him lying unconscious in a smear of blood that surrounded his head, and Mr. Arjun standing right next to the body of the deceased. The sight gathered the attention of the other neighbors, who rushed to the scene immediately, including Mr. Ishan Sarangi, who noticed the devious smirk that Mr. Jha wore on his face. In consonance to this, an FIR was filed by Mrs. Maya Sangam, the mother of the deceased, against Mr. Arjun Jha with a charge under section 103 of the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. The postmortem examination conducted by Dr. Meera Bhatt confirmed that the death was caused by a severe blow to the head. The charge is sufficiently established by the investigation, and the report submitted duly before this honorable court. Today, Your Lordships, the prosecution will be examining 5 key witnesses. Firstly, PW1, Mrs. Maya Sangam, who is the mother of the deceased and through whom the prosecution will derive assistance to prove the previous hostility of the accused toward the deceased, and the essential of mens rea will be proved as well. Secondly, PW2, Mr. Ishan Sarangi, who is the neighbor and a close family friend of the deceased, and through whom certain instances which portray the malicious nature of the accused will be proved. Thirdly, PW3, Mr. Vedant Puri, who is the friend of the deceased and the first to reach the scene of crime. Through this witness, the prosecution will bring to light the unsettling behavior of the victim toward the deceased and who witnessed several incidents which led to the formulation of intent, a significant essential of the charge under 103 of the BNS. Fourthly, PW5, Mr. Dr. Meera Bhatt, who was the senior pathologist at Tarang Hospital, who performed the postmortem of the deceased and whose assistance will be used to explain the lack of accidental trauma and essentially satiating the component of actus reus. And finally, Your Lordships, Mr. Arun Apte, PW6, who is the investigating officer of the present case, through whom the prosecution will affirm the coherence of the investigation and confirm and mark the exhibits presented before this honorable court. As we proceed with this trial, I urge Your Lordships to keep in mind the tragic loss of Keshav Sangam, a son, a friend, and a beloved member of this community. The prosecution's case is built upon the fulfillment of the essentials of murder, which will be proved by way of testimonies of these witnesses, as well as a chain of evidence which will invariably demonstrate that the accused's actions were deliberate and calculated, leaving no doubt as to his culpability. The evidence will speak for itself, and by the end of this trial, this honorable court will have no doubt as to the guilt of the accused. By this, the counsel would like to conclude its opening statement.
Okay.
The defense counsel would like to commence the concluding opening statement. May it please the honorable court, greetings to the bench and the learned prosecution. May the counsel refer to the bench as the lordships collectively.
Yes.
Yes.
Your lordships, I am the counsel representing the defense in this trial along with the co-counsel. Lordships, in this case, the defense pleads not guilty as accused Mr. Arjun Jha has not committed any offense under the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. It is the prosecution that carries the burden of proving beyond reasonable doubt then Arjun intentionally caused Keshav's death. However, it is humbly submitted that the prosecution in this case lacks sufficient evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Arjun is guilty of the murder under section 103 of the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. While the prosecution has made serious allegations, we'll demonstrate that these allegations are neither supported by clear, consistent, or reliable evidence nor by the witness testimonies. Upon the analysis of the evidence, it will show that there are significant gaps and inconsistencies in the prosecution's case. No direct evidence, no eyewitness established that Arjun acted with any intent to cause harm or death. And also, the due procedure during the investigation has not been followed by the prosecution. Witness testimonies presented by the prosecution fail to conclusively link Arjun to the alleged offense. Importantly, there are no eyewitnesses who can testify that they saw the accused Arjun pushing the victim Keshav, leading to his death. A defense will highlight these gaps and the lack of credible evidence by presenting witness testimony and analyzing the evidence on record. The prosecution's evidence does not meet the high threshold required to convict an individual of murder. Your lordships, in arguendo, even if the honorable court finds a prosecution case to be sufficient beyond reasonable doubt, the defense shall be relying on a general defense of legal insanity under section 22 of the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita in respect to the allegations raised by the prosecution, particularly regarding Arjun's alleged post-offense conduct. Arjun is diagnosed with autism ASD, a condition that impacts his ability to process situation consciously or predictably. His reactions, including those alleged to have occurred during or after the incident, were not deliberate or calculated, but impulsive and uncontrollable due to his neurological condition. will demonstrate that the Arjun's responses, including his behavior following Keshav's tragic death, were driven by heightened stress activity, limited social comprehension, and the overwhelming need to retreat to his safe space. These factors stemming from from his ASD further substantiate the defense of legal insanity. The defense would like to submit the medical certificate of Arjun's ASD, which has been issued by his psychiatrist Kashi Basu as evidence before the Honorable Court under Section 266 of the BNSS. The defense shall be presenting the same as well when the certificate is being examined or cross-examined by any of the witnesses. To provide context to Arjun's behavior and circumstances and how he is not guilty for the offense, the defense will be calling the following witnesses. Firstly, Mrs. Riddhi Jha, Arjun's mother, will describe Arjun's general demeanor and challenges, shedding light on his non-violent nature and struggles with sensory sensitivity. Dr. Kashvi Basu, a psychiatrist who will provide insight into Arjun's condition, who has been treating Arjun for the past 10 years, emphasizing his lack of intentional harm toward anyone and his inability to fully understand the consequences of his action. Thirdly, Mr. Veer Khatri, a friend of him who will corroborate Arjun's peaceful nature and his limited interactions with others. Mrs. Ruhi Kamdar, a teacher who has supported Arjun through regular weekly check-ins. She will testify about his peaceful nature and his challenges with social interactions. Your Lordships, at the conclusion of the trial, the defense will respectfully request the Honorable Court to find Arjun not guilty for any of the offences under Bharati Nyaya Sanhita. The prosecution has not and will not be able to establish beyond reasonable doubt that Arjun intentionally caused the death of Keshav. Furthermore, the evidence will show that Arjun's actions could not have been considered to be conscious, and they due to his ASD, and even if the prosecution is able to prove beyond reasonable doubt, then the general defense of illegal insanity shall apply. Therefore, we shall be pleading this honorable court to acquit him of any of the charges. Thank you. With this, I have concluded my opening statement.
Yes, both the counsels, don't refer it as my lords. Your Honor Master will do.
Surely, Your Honor.
Yes, go ahead.
May it please Your Honors? Your Honors, this is the counsel appearing for the prosecution, appearing in the case of State of Telangana versus Arjun Jha. Your Honors, with Section 142 of the Bharatiya Sakshya Adhinayam, the counsel seeks permission to conduct the chief examination of the first prosecution witness, Ms. Maya Sangam, mother of the deceased.
Go ahead.
Much obliged, Your Honors. May the court officer please summon Ms. Maya Sangam. Ms. Maya Sangam, are you with us? Ms. Maya Sangam, could you please confirm your presence?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, certainly. My lords, the counsel shall proceed with the presumption that the oath has been taken. Much obliged.
Proceed.
Ms. Sangam, could you please introduce yourself to the court?
Yeah, my name is Maya Sangam. I am the mother of the deceased, Keshav Sangam, and I'm 52 years old and work as a bank employee.
How do you describe your son Keshav generally, Ms. Sangam?
My son Keshav, he's always been a good child. He's excelling in academics, sports, extracurriculars, you name it, he's excelling in it. And honestly, I'm truly blessed to be his mother.
Has Keshav ever mentioned about Arjun Jha, the accused?
Yeah, the Jars live in our colony only. And Keshav and I noticed Arjun seemed different and later realized that he has autism. So now when we realized this, I encouraged Keshav to be supportive and inclusive. And when I came to know about his autism, Keshav really tried. But he mentioned that Arjun often walked away with a death stare, and that stare just kept, he just kept getting more resentful every single time. But then, I assured him to not push things, and I believed that it would be fine.
So, Ms. Sangam, what kind of a bond does Arjun have with Keshav, which is the deceased with the accused?
So I've truly never understood Arjun, honestly. I mean, it all seemed a little self-explanatory because of the autism, but until last week, which was I think around the 17th of August, when we all had seen for ourselves at the college school's fiesta, and Arjun was put in Keshav's team for a kabaddi match. And my son used to be the first, like I mentioned, he used to be the first, he used to top in everything, academic, sports, extracurriculars. And Arjun was clearly tanking the team, and like the team's performance, it didn't seem like he had taken an effort to win it. He seemed so lethargic on the ground, and clearly his team had a terrible loss, and everyone knew it was because of Arjun, only because of the way he played, because of he had zero, he supported he did not support the team at all. And if it wasn't a surprise, genuinely, because this had happened in another school fest also, which I think when they were in the 10th standard, and it happened at that time also. So my son, who was the team lead, out of resentment, he lost it, like the other time too, and because his team had lost the match because of Arjun. So Keshav yelled at Arjun, calling him out in front of everyone for his worst performance. And I just wanted to stop him at that time, but things got a little out of hand. I mean, that's reasonable, that's understandable, right? Because like if you're in a sports team and you're a sportsman and you see your team losing, obviously you're going to get mad. And you know they had quite a grapple, and that's when I heard Arjun saying that, and this was, by the way, this was the first time that I've seen Arjun this way. And he just went like, I will make you pay for this humiliation and you'll regret this. And that honestly just shocked me and everyone around us.
Certainly. So, what happened on the day of the incident,
There
Ms.
is a
Sangam?
question from the court. Did Arjun really say that, ma'am?
Yes,
What
he
did he
did.
say? What did he say?
So Arjun said that I'll make you pay for this humiliation and you'll regret this.
So it
Um,
was it general question or to your son particular?
he told that to my son, because my son, obviously being the captain of the team lead, he called Arjun out on him not performing well. And that's when that's when Arjun went like, I will make you pay for this humiliation, you'll regret this. Me and everyone around us were so shocked because we'd not seen the side of Arjun. But my son kept telling me that, every time he tried to be nice to Arjun, he just kept giving him a death stare. He just kept, you know, his behavior just became very resent, and it just became very resentful every single time.
Was there something fight or something physical or just expression? What you are saying is death stare and all.
No, there wasn't. So there were a lot of people by that time, right? So there were a lot of people trying to, calm both the people down. So there wasn't really a physical fight.
No, even there was no attempt by the accused to attack. Nothing
No,
of the
I
such.
I
Just
do not I do not
according to
believe.
you, it is only stare, deathly stare, or whatever you word you used, isn't it?
That's what I saw.
And oral something.
Yeah, overall, so Your Honor, that's what I saw when I was at that match. That's what I saw, because uh, and my son used to tell me that he used to only give death stares, and he used to like be very weird towards my son. And at the match, that's when I saw it firsthand, and I heard it firsthand when Arjun told my son that, he'll make my son pay for the humiliation and that he will regret it.
Okay.
Your Honors, may the counsel please proceed?
Yeah, proceed.
Much obliged, Your Honors. Ms. Maya Sangam, you were referring to the grapple, if I'm not wrong. And by
Yeah.
that grapple, can you exactly tell the court what do you mean?
So they basically just held each other's collar, but then by that time there were a lot of people pulling them away. So it didn't really result in anything major.
Certainly. So going ahead, Ms. Sangam, what happened on the day of the incident?
So on the day of the incident, I'd actually taken the day off and I planned to like spend some time with Keshav. And that evening, Keshav told me that he was going to meet his friends at the park and play football. I was in the kitchen and I received a call from Vedant, who's Keshav's friend, and he said Keshav and Arjun had an issue and something terrible happened. So I rushed to the park, and that's when I saw my son lying unconscious, which with injuries to his head. And it was a sight no mother should ever have to witness, honestly. It was just very heartbreaking.
Thank you, Mrs. Sangam. Anyways, I'm sorry for your loss. The council has no further questions and the witness is open for cross, Your Honors.
Your Honor, the defense counsel would like to cross-examine the witness, if may be permitted.
Yes,
Much obliged, Your Honor. So, Mrs. Maya, you mentioned about Vedant's call. When did you receive the call?
It's honestly so blurry at this point because that day was just honestly every single point. I mean, you can't ask me for a particular point, particular time because
But for the
it is so blurry at this point in time. But yeah, I mean, I think it was. I mean, I don't know. I was in the kitchen. I was just like doing my chores and
Mrs. Maya, if for record of the court, if you may just give an approximate timing when you must have received the call.
um. So I think I was keeping snacks ready. So this was around the late evening, I think around that time. But I can't give you a particular time frame because
Before sunset or after sunset?
I mean, I wasn't looking out of the window, so I'm not sure. My
You
house
went out,
has four walls.
as soon as you got the call and got to know about this, you immediately rushed to the park. So you must know if it was before sunset or after sunset.
I mean, it was, I think, during the time of sunset. I'm not very sure because I wasn't concentrating on how it
So
was.
Council, she has answered. She doesn't know. Forget it. Go next. She
Yes,
says
sure.
she doesn't know. Roughly, she says evening time. Fine, we'll take that.
Yes. So, Mrs. Maya, what did he say on the call?
At that time, he said that Keshav and Arjun had an issue, and Keshav is lying unconscious in the park, and near the football ground, and yeah, I think that's around what.
Did you ask him? Did you ask him what issue happened?
No, I didn't, because obviously at that time I was just scared. I was so scared about what happened to my son. I just wanted to go see my son.
So,
So,
Mrs. Maya, you immediately rushed to the park, right?
yeah, I was really shocked, and
Okay.
I did
Yeah.
ask him to repeat to be sure of what I was hearing because at that point I just wanted to know
Sure.
what
I get it.
exactly happened.
I completely get Mrs. Maya. So, when you went to the park, what did you see?
So as soon as I reached the park, I saw a lot of crowd. I saw so many people in that area near like the benches and the football stands, and like, our neighbor actually, Ishan, like he saw me and he immediately asked like everyone around to move. And then I went there and then I saw my son lying on the ground. He was just helpless. His body was, I mean, he was not moving, he was unconscious, and like there was blood near
Did
his
you see
head.
Arjun around?
No, I didn't see Arjun around.
Arjun was not there at that moment.
No, I don't think I saw. I mean, I don't know if he was there because my whole concentration was on my son. My son was there.
Your neighbor,
He was lying unconscious. I
Mrs.
mean,
Maya, sorry to interrupt. My question is, your neighbor Ishan mentioned that Arjun was there. Even Vedant mentioned that Arjun was there.
I'm not sure.
Objection, my lord, speculation. The counsel cannot, the witness cannot answer for others.
Go ahead. Next. Council. So
Sure.
she says that because of her mindset, she couldn't notice. It doesn't matter. You prove
Sure.
that his presence or absence independently.
So, Mrs. Maya, you did not see Arjun at the moment. So you are not eyewitness to the incident.
No, obviously I was not eyewitness to the incident because I got a call later on, and then when I went to the park, that's when I just saw my son lying there, helpless. I didn't
Okay.
notice
Then you
anything around. I
proceeded
didn't
with the
notice the surroundings. My full concentration was on my son and his like just him lying down over there, just unconscious, not
so you
moving.
mean so Mrs. Maya, you immediately rushed your son to the hospital, and then unfortunately he was declared dead. And then you went on to file FIR with Mr. Ishan. Is it correct?
Objection, my lords. The counsel is testifying a witness.
That's right. It was prosecution to say, but unfortunately now it is defense is saying that prosecution witness did not say anything about lodging the complaint. So what is wrong? Yeah.
Your
Go
Honor,
ahead.
the written statement before us says that informant, when she's the informant who basically filed the FIR. So
All right, through IO you prove it. Doesn't matter, prosecution will prove
yes.
it. Doesn't matter. Go ahead. Next.
So Mrs. Maya, so do you remember that in the FIR that what did you mention in the FIR?
I mentioned whatever happened, whatever I told you right now in court, whatever I'm
Did
saying,
you
that's what
mention
happened.
that Arjun pushed Keshav?
I don't remember what I said in the FIR. Honestly, at this point, I'm still grieving over my son's death. I mean, it's so difficult, as a mother to see her son, to know that her son has died. So, I mean, please stop asking me all of these very technical, detailed questions because I don't remember. I mean, let a mother grieve.
I completely understand, Mrs. Maya, but it is only for your son to get justice that this trial is happening. And
I think,
also,
to answer your question, I think he was pushed forcefully by Arjun. Yes, I think I said that.
uh, what is your basis to say that?
So his friend Vedant, I think his name is, he told me. So like I think after the hospital, when things got I mean I had a little time, I wanted to know what exactly happened, and that's when I called up Vedant again and I asked him what
Okay.
exactly happened, and that's when
So,
he told
Mrs.
me.
Maya, I put to you that it is only on the basis of Vedant's statement that you're basing that your Arjun must have pushed your son.
Yeah, but how else would I know? I mean, it's obviously because of his friends only that I know that this happened, right? I
Okay.
wasn't there to
So you
witness it
admit that.
firsthand.
So you admit that it is through his friends that you got to know that Arjun pushed Vedant.
Yes.
Defense counsel, it
Arjun
can
pushed.
be done with this witness.
Surely, Honor.
Thank you, Your
I've
Honor.
concluded.
Can I leave the meeting?
Yeah. Okay.
Your Honors, the counsel seeks permission to move with the chief examination of the witness, Mr. Ishant Sarangi, the neighbor.
Go
Much
ahead.
obliged, my lords. The court officer requested to summon Mr. Ishant Sarangi. Your Honors, apologies about the delay since it has
No,
to be an
no problem.
online. Okay,
That's
sorry about it.
technical problem.
Hello. Prosecutor, I,
Witness has joined the meeting. If you can.
hello.
Mr. Sarangi, are you with us? Could you please switch on your camera so we'll be able to see you?
Right, 1 second. Am I visible now?
Yeah, you certainly
Yes.
are. With the
Right.
presentation of oath being taken by the court officer, the counsel would like to proceed, my lords. Mr. Sarangi, could you please introduce yourself to this court?
My name is Ishant Sarangi. I'm age 45 and and I'm a neighbor of the Sangam family.
Mr. Sarangi, what kind of a relationship do you think Arjun shares with Keshav, which is the accused with the deceased?
So, Arjun and Keshav they both study in the same college and they were both friends. But there was always something that was unusual about Arjun, to say the least. As far as I knew Keshav as if he was my own son. Me and my wife were unable to have our own son, but we kept Keshav like our own son. We've known the Sangam family and we've known Keshav for a long time, and we've always thought of him as our own son. But Arjun always felt a little unusual and some suspicious behaviors at times. And it was always very unusual whenever that Keshav tried to help Arjun. Arjun would always react in a suspicious manner, or he would push Arjun away, or have similar reactions. There's a very particular incident, I think around 2 to 3 days before the incident, the day before the incident, if I'm not wrong. when I was out in the balcony for a smoke, and I saw Arjun crocheting as he usually does, and his ball of yarn rolled out, and Keshav went and gave it back to Arjun, but Arjun just sort of yelled back at Keshav and told him to go to hell, or something to that extent. So, yeah, that's always how it has been between the two of them, as far as I'm aware.
Certainly. Where were you on the evening of 22nd August, and what did you observe, Mr. Sarangi?
So I was just out grocery shopping, and I was walking by the park where they were playing, and I was out on my way back from grocery shopping, and I heard a scream. I wasn't sure who screamed, but I heard a scream, and I went to check, and I saw it was Kesha, who was lying down with blood, with a little amount of blood near his head, and I saw Arjun on the other side, standing a few steps away, with looking a little bit anxious, and he had a smirk on his face, which felt a little unsettling to me at the moment.
Thank you, Mr. Ishan. The witness is open for cross, Your Honors.
Witness, 1 minute. Mr.
Yes,
Ishan,
yes, Your Lordship.
what do you mean by smirk on his face?
Your Lordship, he looked sort of slightly, I'm not sure if satisfied is the correct word, but he looked sort of as if he had achieved what he had done, or that he had some sort of satisfaction to the extent. I didn't have time to get a good look at him because
No,
then
some people
right
have
away-
that face itself by the normal face, smirky face,
Yeah.
not smiling like you are. But
Right,
that
yeah,
doesn't
yeah.
mean that it is anything, isn't it?
Yeah, Your Lordship, I agree with that. But I've known Arjun since they were both children. I've known both Arjun and Keshav since they were both children. By now, I'm sure I can differentiate between what his general face is and what his working face would be like, Your Lordship.
No, because you know both the children, I mean boys.
Yes,
So
Your
you
Lordship.
said that was angry feeling or nothing of that sort. Was it there?
I apologize, Your Lordship. I couldn't understand your question.
Okay. No. Was there any angry face?
Not angry, Your Lordship. Slight satisfaction, if anything else.
It can't be satisfaction. Can't be smirky face.
Your Lordship,
Can it
at the
be?
moment, Your Lordship, Your Lordship, our Keshav was lying down with blood on his head, Your Lordship. I didn't have the
That is your
luxury to look
impression.
Yeah,
Is it?
fair, correct,
Yeah.
Your Lordship.
Okay. Yes.
Yes, the defense counsel would like to begin with the cross-examination. Much obliged. So, Mr. Ishan,
Yes.
how close is your house to Mrs. Sangam?
I live 2 stories apart from her. Her house is 2 stories above mine.
Okay. So you mentioned about smirking. When did you see Arjun smirking?
So, as I said, I was out grocery shopping and I heard a scream coming from the park where I know the boys usually play. And when I went to check on what had happened, I reached there and the first thing I saw was Arjun and Arjun's face, following which I saw Keshav lying down with blood near his head. So I went and I checked, I looked at Keshav. At the moment,
Okay.
I noticed Arjun's face and what looked like a smoke.
Okay. Okay. So when you saw Arjun to be in such a peculiar, making such peculiar faces, and while Keshav was lying down dead, so did you not consider it appropriate to ask Arjun what happened?
At the moment, I thought the most appropriate action to take would be to get help to Keshav, who was, as you said, lying on the verge of death.
Did Arjun push Keshav?
I was not present at the park.
No. You can't ask that. He is not an eyewitness. Yes.
So,
Good.
so sure. So you're not eyewitness to the incident that Arjun pushed Keshav.
No, as I've stated numerously in my testimony, I was walking by the park on my way home when I heard the scream.
Okay. Uh, were you there while filing the FIR?
No,
You were not there,
no.
but in the FIR, your name is mentioned.
As a
That
punch, maybe. But
yeah,
the FIR was mainly
you
filed, but yeah, I did not
yeah,
file. I was present as a punch witness.
you also went with Mrs. Maya for filing the FIR.
Right, I accompanied her. I did not file the
Yeah,
FIR myself.
company. Yeah. Do you remember what was mentioned in the FIR?
Mrs. Maya mentions that she was at her house, I believe, and when I heard a scream when I went to the park, I had one of Keshav's friends, call Mrs. Maya. Upon which she rushed to the scene. She saw Arjun. My apologies. She saw Keshav lying there near death. So we rushed him to the hospital, and yeah, and then he passed away soon afterwards.
Okay. So, do you believe that Arjun must have pushed Keshav?
Objection, speculation. There is no place for opinions of the witness, my lords.
That's right. Sustain. Put it another way.
Surely.
Counsel.
Surely. So, did you see Arjun pushing Keshav?
Objection asked and answered.
Right.
Yes.
No, it is in different form. Let him answer. Let us see. Says
Right, Your Lordship. I did not see Arjun push Keshav myself. Like I said, I was not present at the scene at the time of incident. I was walking on my way home and I heard a scream, upon which I went to the park. Or else I would have probably never entered the park myself.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Ishan, I put it to you that you're not eyewitness to the incident.
Objection asked and answered, Your Lordship.
Answered,
Yes.
already answered. Next.
With this, I would like to conclude my cross-examination. The counsel would like the court to note the last statement made by the witness.
No, one just question to the Mr. Ishan. Mr. Ishan?
Regarding
No.
regarding
your impression at the incident, was it smirk or shock? Just a clarification. Possible?
I believe it was a smirk, Your Lordship.
It is your impression.
Yes, Your Lordship. As I said, I did not have the opportunity to get a good look myself. But from what I could ascertain at the moment of the incident, it was most likely a smirk.
Okay.
Ishant, you said you knew the boy from his childhood.
Yes, Your
Arjun.
Lordship, correct.
What is your impression about it? Can you recollect your impression?
Your Lordship, Arjun always felt like sort of an unusual kid who did not always fit in with the rest of the children that were playing football or that used to participate in sports festivals, annual events, stuff like that. And me and along with myself, other parents insisted Arjun's parents on, getting him some help if required, or getting him any professional advice, help, whatever it is that they needed. But they always seemed to shrug us off. He always felt like a kid who was a little bit a little bit away from everyone, slightly unusual and different.
What was
Much
the,
obliged.
according to the unusual behavior?
Your Lordship, it was that they were all children at the time. Like even if we talk about to a time from like years ago, all of them were children living in the same society, living in the same apartment building, playing together, going to the same school. Naturally, you would assume that they would all be very good friends. They would be playing together. They live in the same house. They would be very good friends, spending a lot of time with each other. But Arjun always seemed to be in a world of his own, as in he'd always keep to himself. He'd always be looking to himself, or he'd be drawing sketches, and yeah.
According to you, he was a loner. He was not mixing with the people.
That is one way to say it. One way to put it, Your
What is
Lordship.
the other way?
The other way, Your Lordship, is that he used to act certain. He had certain strange mannerisms
No,
as well,
because
Your Lordship.
you know both the boys right from the childhood.
Correct, Your Lordship.
So
The other way to. Apologies, Your Lordship. One more way to put it would be that he always had some certain strange mannerisms, as in you would expect kids that small to mix up and to play around with each other, to play football, something or the other, to be engaged with each other. But he used to always sit in a corner in his own world, or he'd be drawing sketches, which at the time to me it felt certain as strange mannerisms. Your Lordship.
can it be a strange manner? I
To
want to
me,
be
Your
with
Lordship,
I want to be with myself. That's all. I'm in my own world. Does it mean that he is unusual or out of what is
that is very subjective, Your Lordship. To me, at the time, when I saw every other child in the apartment playing with
Yeah.
each other or on the same team, to me, that one boy from the entire building staying away felt sort of strange.
Okay. Now you did not mention how was Keshav? What is his mental, general behavior?
Your Lordship, Keshav was a very outgoing child. He was very popular. He was very friendly with everyone. He used to be nice to everyone. He used to help out when he felt like he could be of help to others. He was very good in sports. He was very good in studies. He was sort of like an ideal child, Your Lordship.
Okay. Yes, that's good. Any
Your
cross further? Cross completed?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your
Yes.
Honor.
Your Honors,
Yes, prosecutor.
much obliged, Your Honors. Your Honors, with the permission of the court, the counsel would like to invite to the stand Mr. Vedant Puri, prosecution witness 3, my lords.
Yes.
May the courtmaster please summon Mr. Vedant Puri.
He's in the meeting, so you can carry on.
Thank you, courtmaster. Mr. Vedant Puri, are you with us?
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, certainly you are.
Yes.
The counsel proceeds with the chief with the presentation of oath being taken. Mr. Puri, could you please introduce yourself to this court and explain your relationship with Keshav Sangam?
Yeah. My name's Vedant Puri, and I'm a really close friend of Keshav. We grew up in the same neighborhood, we attended the same school, and we're college mates as well. So that's how I know him.
How do you think were the interactions between Arjun and Keshav, Mr. Puri?
Yeah, Keshav was really
Opinion,
polite, and he
speculation. How can she? State of mind.
Your Honors, it's pertinent to note that Vedant is the only common classmate for Arjun and Keshav. So it's very much in his purview of opinion that he can certainly act on fact, but not on opinion as such. If the
His
honorable bench,
opinion he can give, but not about what Keshav felt about Arjun or Arjun felt about Keshav.
may the counsel please rephrase the question, Your Honors?
Yes.
On your observations, how were the interactions between Mr. Keshav and Arjun?
Yeah, I'm a really dear friend of Keshav, so
Honors, I assume the witness is a little inaudible.
really polite towards
Yeah.
Arjun. Am I audible right now?
Yeah.
Mr. Puri, can you please re-answer the question from the beginning?
Is it audible right now?
Yes, certainly you are.
Yeah, so as I said, I'm a really close friend of Keshav's, and from what I've been and I've seen, it's that Keshav is really polite and he's very inclusive of Arjun. He wants Arjun to be a part of everything. But in Arjun, on the other hand, he's really hostile. He used to always ignore Keshav. He used to keep glaring at him for no reason. And I have never felt comfortable, and I've around Keshav, around Arjun especially, and I've told Keshav that he probably keep Arjun away from our gang. But Keshav is really nice. He's really empathetic. And despite all of how Arjun behaves, Keshav was really inclusive of him. And Arjun never reciprocated the same. He was really angry. Whenever we mentioned Keshav's name, he used to just get riled up. And he, on the whole, disliked our group as well a lot. And a very specific incident that I would like to narrate is when we had the sports fiesta in college. And Arjun was the reason why Arjun was a part of our team. We were playing kabaddi, and Keshav was the captain for the team. And it was solely because of Arjun's performance that the entire team tanked down. We didn't perform well. We lost the match. And very rightfully so, Keshav was upset because he was a team leader, right? And we all as teammates were also upset with Arjun's performance. And Keshav called out Arjun in front of the whole team. And Arjun just so overreacted. He got so upset and he made this one blatant statement, and I remember it so well. He said, "I'll make you pay for this humiliation. You'll regret this." And I felt like that kind of hatred and animosity that he had when he made that statement, the anger that he displayed was very not okay. And overall, it was very evident from his behavior that he hated our gang, and that was so evident from this one sketch that I saw the other day, which he made, which clearly indicated of how animosious he was towards Keshav and us and our group as a whole.
Your Honours, counsel seeks permission to present the screen of the sketch, which was recovered as a part of the investigation by the investigation officer to mark as an exhibit.
Okay, good.
Much obliged, Your Honours. I request the researcher to present the screen.
Your Lordship, I would like you to know that the defense was not aware of this exhibit going to be presented before the court today.
Why it was proposal given?
This annexure had not been submitted by the prosecution side prior to this court case.
Your Honours, if I may please disclose to you that this is a part of the proposition, and it's certainly the last page of the proposition. If I may please scroll up a little, it's clearly marked that it's an annexure, and it's presumed that it has been recovered as a part of the investigation. That's the reason we are presenting before this honorable bench to mark this as an evidence. It will be blatant or very a clear fact that the counsel was not really aware of the proposition by itself. This is very crucial to the case. It's presumed that she should have been aware of it at the very first place.
Your Lordship, not to be argumentative, but it is court procedure that the prosecution in any case, especially in this case, must, in the opening statement specifically, reveal to both sides and the judges themselves what they're going to be presenting in the case. But the defense won't be arguing further. They just hope that they have verification for this annexure as well.
My lords, if the counsel may clarify on that a little, the opening statement had clearly marked about the evidences, and certainly it specified about the sketch. However, it's pertinent to note that even if that case, my lords, if I'm to accept that, the counsel will shall very much rely upon the case of Sundaram versus State of Kerala. If at all this was not relied as a part of this, the counsel would quote the case as such to establish that the prosecution may tender any relevant document in evidence even after the submission of charge sheet. And the only condition is that the veracity has to be submitted in the trial. And thereby, my lords, that makes the provision, that makes the sketch admissible before this honorable court.
Okay, subject to.
Much obliged, Much obliged, Your Honours. Could you please confirm to this court if this is the sketch you're referring to, Mr. Vedant?
Yeah, this is exactly the sketch I'm referring to. Yes, this is what
Your Honours, the counsel would like to mark this as exhibit P1.
No, 1 minute, 1 minute. Is it a sketch or a photograph?
Your Honours,
appears to be photograph.
Certainly, it does seem to be like that, Your Honours. But however, it's very pertinent to note that he was very good of an artist. If I may please zoom in a little, we would have been able to see the pencil strokes as such. It's a sketch as such, my lords.
Yeah. Okay.
May the counsel please proceed, Your Honours?
Yes.
Much obliged. Mr. Vedant, could you please take us through what's on this sketch?
Right. So on the sketch, if you see it clearly, it's my friend gang playing football, and that's the football field we always generally play football at. And the jersey number 6 and jersey number 10 is me and Keshav, respectfully. And what disturbed me most about the sketch is fine, like anyone can draw, and he was a great artist. But what disturbed me about the sketch was the words about like hate and monster and this huge X cross mark that he had made on it. And I have no clue, what this was. It really disturbed me when I saw it. And after all this, I just had no clue what this guy is up to and what he's capable of.
Certainly. Could you please take us through what happened on the evening of 22nd August, Mr. Vedant?
Right. So on
Counsel, 1
22nd.
minute, prosecutor, if she doesn't know, doesn't have the clue about the photograph or sketch, what's the use of taking it on record as an exhibit?
Certainly,
She
Your
doesn't
Honor.
have clue. What about it? What about it is about what? What do you want to establish?
Your Honors, this might help us to conclude that there was some sort of animosity, and it was very clear that this particular sketch, which is clearly made by the accused in the instant case, shall help us establish the intent, which we will refer to in the closing statement, Your Honors. We substantiate the same. However, Your Honors, it's still subjected to the Honorable Bench discretion.
Yes, it's not proved yet, according to me.
Certainly, Your Honors. The counsel will very much into it.
Yeah.
Much obliged,
Subject
Your
to
Honors.
proof. Yeah.
Certainly, Your Honors. Could you please take us, Mr. Vedant, could you please take us through the incidents of 22nd August?
Right. So on 22nd August, what happened was around 5 p.m. Keshav, the rest of our gang, and I, we just decided to play football. We, we played it in this usual park that we play, which is also the similar one which was in the sketch that I just pointed out. And it's the same park. We played it at the same park again. And this one of our friends, he hit the ball so far that the ball, leaped over and went to this isolated part of the park where also, there's only one bench and Arjun was happening to sit over there on that bench. And that place is very isolated, So Keshav volunteered to go get the ball. And, when I saw him walk over and when that happened, Arjun got up, and he got at towards Keshav and they started talking. It seemed a little heated, but then, Arjun, that's just how he is. So I didn't think much of it. So Hemant, the other friend of ours, he decided that we'd have a break since we'd been playing continuously for 2 matches now. So we decided that we'll just go wait by the canopy till, Keshav comes back with the ball and things like that. But we heard Arjun scream, loudly. So we all ran. And that's when I saw, Keshav lying on the ground, face front, his face to the ground. And, I panicked and I thought maybe he just fell over or something. So I turned him over and that's when I realized that he's unconscious and this is not okay. There's something wrong. So we yelled, right? We were panicked. So Ishan uncle came immediately and he asked me to call my auntie, Keshav's mom. So, I called her up immediately and I informed her about what had happened and the issue between Keshav and Arjun and that Keshav was lying unconscious in the park. And it's the same park that was in the sketch, and that's when it all clicked to me that this Arjun is so disturbed mentally and I don't know he has so much hatred towards Keshav and I that he even made a sketch and he had those X marks on it. It just seemed to add up for me at that point and I was very disturbed.
Thank you, Mr. Vedant. No further questions, Your Honor. The witness is open for cross.
Yes, counsel. Defense?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor. So, Mr. Vedant, my first question to you is, you mentioned, so when did you go and check on Keshav?
When exactly are you talking about, counsel?
On 22nd of August.
Right. Check on him as in the thing was that we were waiting for him to get the ball and come back, right? From where the ball had gone to where Arjun was sitting, the isolated part of the park. So we were waiting for him to get the ball and come back, but we heard Arjun scream. So I was the first one who ran, and that's when I saw that he was lying face front on the ground, and I thought maybe he fell over or something, maybe he just, I don't know. I just thought he'll get up. So I turned him over, trying to help him to get up. And when I turned him over, I saw that he was unconscious, and that's when, I freaked.
Wait, did you see Arjun there?
Yeah, Arjun was standing right next to me, like 4 steps away from me. He was standing right there.
Okay. So, what was the expression of Arjun?
Arjun was behaving so suspicious, he was not making eye contact with me. And obviously I tried asking him, like, what happened? I was yelling, I was panicked. And Ishan uncle came, right? So obviously we asked him, like, what's happening, Arjun? And since I saw him speak to, Keshav, and it was quite aggressive the way that he approached Keshav and the way he was talking to him. So, if he was behaving so suspicious, he was not making eye contact, he was very nervous, was being very jittery. So it was very suspicious to me. It definitely looked like he had something to do with it.
Are you aware of Arjun's ASD,
What is ESD, counsel?
autism spectrum disorder?
Well, I heard about it, but I was not completely aware of that fact. Not something I was very well put into. No, I wouldn't say so. But I had heard about it.
So you heard about it that Arjun has it, but you're
Yeah,
not sure
I
about it.
heard about it that he has something to do with autism, as you said, but not, it was not something I knew for sure. I'd heard about it.
Okay. So did you see Arjun pushing Keshav? You did not, right?
No, like I'd said earlier itself, that part of the park, since we always play football in that park, I'm very well versed with the park. And at that point of time, who all are there, because I'm a regular play person who plays at that park. So that park is really isolated. And the part that where Arjun always sits, that part is absolutely isolated. Like there's no chance that anyone else was there at that point of time. There's absolutely no chance. I know that for sure. And since I saw Keshav talking to Arjun and the way he was being so aggressive about it, and then after pertaining to this fact, also the suspicious behavior of Arjun, it just all adds up. And that sketch also, which I just said before,
Yes.
everything, just all of it, just totally adds up that Arjun is.
Mr. Vedan, do you remember the words mentioned on the sketch? It was just presented.
Yeah. I remember the words mentioned in the sketch. It was in caps, it was written monster and hate, and there was this big X mark. It's very disturbing to me.
So there were two words and one cross mark.
Big X mark, like as you're trying to eliminate someone, yes.
So yeah, so at the cost of repetition, I put it to you that there were two words, one being hate, one being monster, and there was a big cross mark and nothing else apart from the sketch and jersey numbers of you and your gang.
Well, there was the same exact playground that we play football in, the same number of people in our
Yes.
gang.
No other
And
word.
there's this old, there's something else, old tunnel or friend or something, old friends, old people. I couldn't see that thing properly, but everything else was very, very clear to me.
Okay. So there was another word, old friend.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your Honors,
Okay.
to be quoting, if the defense counsel was certainly not aware of such an existence of an exhibit, it is presumed that it was just presented right now. And for them to have been clarifying something based on that sketch, which was presented to them right now, is certainly something which is debatable. And I request the court to take cognizance of it, Your Honors.
No, but nobody, the author of is not no more. You have not established it is his handwriting. Who has written? We don't know. Who
Your
has
Honor,
written those words, X mark, etc. You have not established it. How can we take it for the exhibit?
Your Honors, the counsel may very well bring to bring to light into the fact that during the chief examination, Your Honors, and very most importantly, to be quoting the 180 statement which is given, the instance is very clear that this particular sketch was gotten by Vedant as a part of a clash as such, my Honors. So, however, the counsel may certainly not rely upon 180 statement as they are not certainly binding or
Not
they have
admissible.
any.
Yeah.
Exactly, my lords. Exactly, Your Honors. They are
Then
not.
have
Anybody
you
but
proved
just
his
on the.
handwriting? His handwriting. This is handwriting.
Your Honors, I assume the witness would be able to answer it as such than the, because I think so it would go into record only if the witness talks than us. So I suggest the witness answer that question.
Yeah, I can totally answer that. Your Lordship, so what happened was on the 21st, I clearly remember it because the picture is something so disturbing to me. So on the 21st, I saw Arjun sitting alone on the bench, right? It's the same bench. So again, I don't have anything as such against Arjun, but since he's such a rude person and he's always so angry towards Keshav, and Keshav being my best friend, I just have that thing of a little dislike for him. But still, I kept it all aside and I went to him, since he was sitting alone. And I just went to check up on him, ask him if he's okay, if he just wants to hang out for a bit or something. And, he looked at me with this death stare, which I didn't understand why. And after that, I saw him drawing, right? So I was like, oh, what are you drawing? And I tried to look at it. And then, when I was taking it or looking at that page, he snatched the book. So the page kind of tore and it came in my hand. And that's when I saw it vividly, the exact sketch, the jersey numbers, the little words, and the X marks. So, and I saw him making that sketch prior as well before, approaching him and having this little conversation. So that definitely was him. And I've seen pictures of his before and stuff. And everyone knows he draws well and he keeps drawing. So that was
Okay. Yes, defense.
Surely. Mr. Vedant, my next question to you is that can you elaborate a bit about your past relationship with Mr. Arjun?
with Arjun. Okay. See, Arjun was a rude chap. He was always rude to me and rude to everyone on that matter
Was
of
he ever a friend of yours or Vedant or Keshav?
I'm Vedant. So yeah, Keshav, yeah, see, the thing was that Keshav really tried to be friends with Arjun. He always put in the effort, and it was always a one-sided effort. Arjun never reciprocated back those same feelings. And I am Keshav's best friend, right? So if Keshav is putting the effort, he obviously told me, like let's not be, let's try and include Arjun. Let's try and include him in the games. Let's call him for the match. Let's call him for the hangout. And since Keshav was so voluntarily wanting to do this, as Vedant and as the rest of us, we just felt like, okay, man, see, Keshav wants it. Let's just also put in the effort. So that was the kind of relationship I had with Arjun. Yeah, I've had one-on-one interactions with him and they were not nice, but he for some reason had a special hate towards Keshav. That was very evident. He didn't like Keshav one bit.
Yeah. So, were there any bullying instances either on part of Arjun or Keshav?
Keshav never bullied him. If anything, Keshav was a sweetheart, but Arjun was very rude. Okay, so would that be bullying? No, it's just I feel like it's emotional bullying at some point. He was just never,
Did,
acknowledge Keshav's presence. If Keshav made some positive statements or tried to have a conversation with him, he would ignore. Then, if he asked to come in, come with us, come enjoy with us, come hang out with us, he wouldn't like that. That also he would not be happy with. Then, as I mentioned, that kabaddi incidents on that football in the college fiesta thing, where he made this very open threat and blatant statement. If you assume all that to be bullying, then sure, Arjun was a bully towards Keshav and also towards the rest of us, I guess. But Keshav
so
specifically.
so you make the statement that there was no instances of bullying on part of Keshav.
No, Keshav didn't bully him. Keshav was very nice. He was always
Okay.
very nice.
Okay. So there were never any sort of bad words thrown at Arjun by Keshav.
From when I have been around Keshav, not really, apart from maybe once when he tried to call out Keshav for that little sports thing, or maybe here and there if I'm not remembering correctly.
What did he call out, if you remember?
If what I remember was once when in that college fiesta game where he called out called out Arjun for his underperformance and for the purpose of him being why our team lost, that he called him out in front of our team only, and that Arjun didn't like at all. But it was not something so damaging also that Arjun could make a statement like, what did he say? I'll make you pay for this humiliation. You'll regret this. It was nothing of that sort for him to make such a statement whilst he was being in fault itself, and he would never take responsibility of it. So apart from this kind of things, Keshav never really said anything so damaging or like a bully like or anything like that. Here and there heated arguments, sure, basic banter between boys, you know what I mean.
Okay. So one last thing, how did you get possession of the Annexure 9? Because it was you only who got the sketch first.
Objection,
That
Your Honor,
sketch,
asked and answered.
No, nobody has said who produced it.
Right. So the sketch, I like when it came in my hand, I tore from the book that Arjun had when he pulled the book back, and I was looking at, I wanted to see it. So I saw it. So then I was taken aback as to what this diagram even was. But then Arjun only, he snatched it from my hand and then he went off. After that, I don't know how
So
it, I think
Arjun
the police
snatched it
produced it
back.
or something when they looked at it. Yeah, Arjun took it off. I looked at it properly and I was like, yo, Arjun, what is this? And then he took it off.
Okay. So you did not
So
have
I don't
possession
know.
to it.
No, I didn't have possession. Arjun only took it off from his
Okay.
book only I took. Then I asked him, he didn't like it, he took it off.
Okay. So the council would like to conclude the cross-examination and would request the court to
Only one question
note.
to the witness.
Yes, Your Lordship.
What was the distance you were standing from Arjun and Keshav?
Your Lordship, clarifying on the 22nd when I found.
Yeah.
Your Lordship, if Arjun was lying there, I was kneel down. I mean, if Keshav was lying there, I was kneel down next to Keshav, trying to,
No,
flip him
because you
around.
said it was in the football ground, it was a remote place, isn't it?
Your Lordship, the football ground per se is not a remote place. Where Arjun was sitting was exactly the remote
That's
place.
right. What is
Yes,
the
Your Lordship.
distance?
Your Lordship,
You
so when
standing and
when I heard Arjun scream, I ran to that bench, that isolated place.
That's
And
not
then
the
Arjun
question.
was.
I am asking the distance where you are standing and heard.
Okay, so when I heard and I'm standing, Your Lordship, I don't know how to say it properly, but maybe like 100 meters distance. And when I went and I saw Keshav lying on the floor, that time Arjun was just 4 steps or so away from me. That's it.
Okay.
May I leave the?
Yes, you can.
Much obliged. Thank you, Your Lordship.
Your Honours, counsel seeks permission to proceed with the chief examination of Dr. Meera Bhatt, the medical officer who performed the postmortem.
Yes.
Much obliged, Your Honours. The courtmaster is requested to put Dr. Meera Bhatt on the stand. Your Honours, we assume the time has been paused. We've been given a certain amount of time and we assume it has been paused since we have to stick to our, since we are waiting for the witness. We assume it's been starting.
No, that will be extra.
Much obliged.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Technical.
it's paused and your witness is right here.
Dr. Meera Bhatt, are you here?
Yes, I am. Am I audible?
Yeah, certainly you are. The council proceeds with the chief, with the presumption of oath being taken. Dr.
Yes.
Bhatt, could you please introduce yourself to the court?
My name is Dr. Meera Bhatt. I'm the senior pathologist at Tarang Hospital. I performed the postmortem examination of the deceased, Mr. Keshav Sangam, in this instant case.
Your Honours, counsel seeks permission to present the postmortem report on screen to verify the signature.
Yes.
Dr. Bhatt, could you please confirm to this court if this is the postmortem report you had prepared of Mr. Keshav and it's your signature at the end?
Yes, this is the report that I had prepared, and yes, it is my signature.
The council would like to mark this as Exhibit P2, my lords.
Yes.
Much obliged, Your Honours. Can you please take us through the observations of your report?
Sure. So during the examination, I observed that there was a significant cerebral injury on the right side of the head, and there were also associated fluids present. Additionally, there was hemorrhaging around the injury with scratches and contusions on the upper limb of the deceased. There was also a mid-facial fracture.
Dr. Bhatt, the scratches and contusions, as you quoted, could you please elaborate on that?
So the scratches and contusions that was present on the upper limbs, along with the mid-facial fracture, these suggest a defensive act and a forward fall. So such injuries typically result from friction against a surface, object, or force. So, however, the cause of the death, that is a strong blow to the head, doesn't fully align, and I found this to be notable as well.
Certainly. The external force which we were mentioning about, doctor?
Yes. So, did you notice the pattern of injuries that I had mentioned? So, a cerebral injury, which is being combined with a mid-facial fracture and an epidural hematoma. All of these can just be from a fall, provided that he fell from either the second floor or the third floor. In other cases, skipping and falling onto the floor and dying is just one of the rarest of rare cases. And this doesn't seem like an accidental trauma. And with these kind of observations that I have coupled, I'm sure there is some sort of external force that has resulted in the death of the victim.
Thank you, Dr. Butt. The witness is open for cross, Your Honors.
Sure. Yes. So, doctor, what are your qualifications?
I've been practicing as a pathologist for 13 years now, and I've also been registered with the Indian Medical Council.
Okay. So, do you believe a medical exam? So, to put it in another way, do you think a doctor, a medical examiner has to be objective in their report?
Yes.
Okay. And any observation and opinion has to be put it in writing in the postmortem report?
If it is pertaining to the cause of death, then yes.
If there are signs of, let's say, physical violence or something, then it also has to be put in there.
I conducted the post-mortem, and as a doctor who conducted the post-mortem, it is not my duty to determine how the injuries were caused. That is the investigating officers. As a post-mortem doctor, I determined the cause of death, and the same was mentioned in my post-mortem.
So
Okay,
what is
when
your
did you receive?
impression about the injuries as a doctor?
Your Lordship, like I had
Postmortem
mentioned
PM.
in the autopsy's report, it was evident that due to the scratches and contusions of the upper limb and the mid-facial fracture, so these had ruptured the skull as well. And I had also mentioned in the postmortem report itself that there were stones present. And this is a case of blunt force trauma injury. However, the exact way in which the injuries had happened is not something that can be ascertained. All I can say is that this is not something that was it wasn't an accidental fall, because had it been an accidental fall, then the injury wouldn't have been in one particular place. It would have sort of been proportionate towards one entire side of the head. However, this was a specific part of the head.
So by looking into the nature of injuries, he was pushed from behind, is it?
Indeed, Your Lordship.
Because mid-facial injury
Indeed, Your Lordship.
would cause if person is pushed from behind.
Yes, Your Lordship.
Then what do you mean by these upper limbs? What is this very, very vague term?
Your Lordship,
Injuries.
so there were a couple of scratches and contusions on the upper limb of the accused. So this could signify that there was some sort
Upper
of
limbs of the accused.
The deceased, Your Lordship. Yes.
No, where exactly? Which part? Upper limb is a very vague term.
It was closer to the bicep and the shoulder part, Your Lordship.
Okay.
And such scratches and contusions could mean that there was some sort of physical altercation or some sort of restraint that the deceased was trying to get out of, and that's when the push happened.
Is it possible due to the fall those injuries have been caused?
Indeed not, Your Lordship. Like I had mentioned, the scratches did not seem like something that was due to something sharp. It's possibly out of, like, the nails of the accused or something of that sort only.
No, you have not mentioned nail marks. If it is by nail.
Indeed, Your Lordship, because they were just scratches. There were a couple of deep scratches, and I had mentioned that there were scratches and collusions in the body of the deceased.
Now, which exact part of the head, except this midfacial fracture, head, which part of the head the injury was, that bleeding injury was there?
Your Lordship, like I had mentioned in the postmortem report, there were a couple of scratches and contusions. In my external examination, I had mentioned that there were scratches and contusions on the upper limbs, and there was a cerebral injury to the right of the head, Your Lordship, and there was also a hemorrhage present in the injury itself.
No, that's not my question. My question is which exactly part of the head injury was there?
The cerebral part,
Front,
Your Lordship.
back,
So that was the
side.
front. Yes, Your
Front.
Lordship. So it was the right side of the head.
Which exactly reason? You are the doctor who has examined the dead body. You must be very clear.
Indeed, Your Lordship, it was the right side cerebral part of the body.
Right side of the body.
Yes, Your Lordship. The head.
Right side of the head.
Yes, Your Lordship.
If that injury was on the right side, how midfacial injury could be caused?
Your Lordship, so the midfacial fracture was there because the person fell in on their face. And additionally, there was also a cerebral injury, and that was on the right side.
Not satisfied. Then your opinion, the blow was caused rupturing of skull with small stone-like substances punctured into the head. What do you mean by that?
Your Lordship, could you please repeat? You're not
Your
audible.
opinion in the postmortem report, final report, blow has caused a rupturing of skull with small stone-like substances punctured into the head. So, what I get impression from your expert report is that something was hit with a stone.
Yes, Your Lordship. So it wasn't a stone per se, and it's just that the person fell on the disease. Basically, he was pushed onto something that was hard, which caused the injuries in the first place. And additionally, the place that they fell in could have probably had some sort of stones that punctured his skull.
This all no. You must be very clear. You are a doctor. You must be very clear.
Your
What
Lordship, like I had
exactly?
mentioned, he had fallen down, so it could have been from the floor itself. It seemed like concrete stones.
No, once you say that you had fallen, injuries were on the right side of the head, another your report says on the face, front face. How
Your
reliable
Lordship,
you
so it was
are?
the midfacial region, and the cerebral injury was to the right
Which is
side.
the midfacial region according to you?
Your Lordship, this is the
That's
midfacial
right.
region. Yes.
That's right. Nasal region, mainly.
Yes, sir. This is the midfacial region, Your
Yeah, then
Lordship.
how you fell once fell on the face, another time again on the right side fracture.
No,
How is
Your
that
Lordship. So
possible?
when I had said right side, it was this entire portion. It wasn't just one side. It was the entire this portion of the brain was affected, and that is due to the impact of the fall.
You have not done your work properly. Postmortem report is very vague. Yes.
Yes, the defense counsel would be cross-examining the witness.
Yes. Good.
Yes. Doctor, you mentioned that there must have been a push, which something which with a force of two, or like which could have usually been caused when falling from second or third floor. Is it humanly possible for a person to push a person that bad?
Could you please rephrase your question?
The question is it humanly possible to apply this much force for a person to make another person like to push another person so that he fall with this much force that he would sustain an injury that would usually sustain in cases where the person would fall from second or third floor, as you mentioned in the chief.
Yes, it is some sort of external force which has caused these injuries, right? And therefore, this is sufficient to cause death as well.
Is it humanly possible for a person to push with this much force
Yes, it is.
when when both the persons are on ground? Is it humanly possible?
Yes, it is possible.
Okay, so you mentioned there were some scratches and contusion found in the upper limb. Is it
Right.
possible? Uh, were there any? Uh, could, could these scratches have happened due to? Were there any nail remains there?
Like I'd mentioned, there were no specific nail remains. However, it just seemed like something, like it seemed like scratches that could have come out of a physical altercation of sorts.
Okay, it could be possible while playing football, some scratches may have uh, happened. While playing
There were no
football, it is
scratches,
possible.
and I don't think you're gonna sustain scratches of that sort, at least based on my experience. I don't think you're gonna sustain any scratches of that sort if it had been a football injury.
You haven't added any qualifications with respect to what sort of scratches and contusions were there in the postmortem report?
Right.
Okay. So with this, I would like to conclude my cross-examination.
Your Honors, the council would like to put on stand its last prosecution witness, the investigation officer, Mr. Arun Apte.
Yes.
Much obliged, Your Honors. I request the courtmaster to summon Mr. Apte. Certainly. Mr. Apte, could you please switch on your camera and let us know you're here?
Just give it a minute and he's in. Yeah.
Yeah, certainly you are. Could you please speak something so we'd be able to confirm if you're audible?
Yes. Are you able to hear me?
Certainly. The council proceeds with the chief with the presumption of oath being taken.
Yes.
Could you please state your name, designation, and role in this case?
My name is Mr. Arun Apte, and I'm the senior police inspector at Benapalli Police Station, and I have been serving as the investigating officer of the current case.
When did you receive the information and when was the FIR registered in this case and by who?
So Miss Maya Sangam, the mother of the deceased in the present case, gave me the information, wherein she mentioned that her son Keshav had died on the night of 22nd of August, and we received this information at around 8 p.m. and where she lodged an oral complaint based on which the SHO of the police station filed an FIR, and later on I took the case as the IO.
Certainly. What actions did you take upon receiving the FIR?
Upon receiving the FIR, I proceeded to the crime scene immediately, which was the PIDC garden. I conducted a thorough examination. I recorded the witness statements, and I also prepared panchnama, seized evidences, and prepared inquest report and property seizure as well.
Certainly. Your Honor's counsel seeks permission to present the screen to mark the exhibits made by the investigation officer.
Yes.
The researcher to present the screen. Mr. Apte, could you please confirm to this court if this is the first information report which was received by you from your station house officer, as signed by you?
Yes, that is correct, and that is my signature, yes.
Your Honor's counsel would like to mark this exhibit
Yes.
B3.
Yes.
Could you please take us through the inquest report? Mr. Apte, could you please verify if it's your signature and this is the report you prepared?
Yes, that is correct. That is my signature.
The counsel would like to mark this as P4, Your Honors.
Yes.
Could you get to the property seizure memo and please confirm if this is the property seizure memo that you had prepared? And does that bear your signature?
Could you please go up for a second? Yes, that's correct. The contents are true.
The
And
counsel would like to mark this as P5, Your Honors. Going
Yes.
ahead, the final and charge sheet, does this bear your signature and is this the report you prepared?
Yes.
yes.
The counsel would like to mark this as P6, Your Honors.
Okay.
What observations did you make at the scene of the incident, Mr. Apte?
So the deceased was lying on the concrete ground outside the football ground with visible severe head injuries. The concrete block also had blood stains on it, consistent with the injury. That, along with the football and also the watch, were seized. So 3 items totally were seized.
Certainly. What conclusions did your investigation draw regarding the accused?
So, based on the witness statements and the evidences collected by me, the investigation concluded that the accused, in this case Mr. Arjun Jha, had pushed the deceased, resulting from the argument which arose between them, and causing him to hit his head on the concrete floor, which resulted in his demise.
Based on your investigation, what was the motive behind the accused's actions?
So, through the investigations that I conducted with multiple witnesses, including Mr. Vedant Puri and Mrs. Maya Sangam, I was able to infer that there was a history of hostility between the accused and the deceased. This hostility coupled with the sudden provocation, which might have been the result of an argument between the accused and the deceased, could have ended in this fatal incident, wherein the deceased passed away.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Apte. The witness is open for cross.
One question to the IO.
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you arrest the accused after registering the FIR?
Yes, Your Honor. Not immediately, but after conducting a preliminary investigation, yes.
And Mr. Ayo,
Yes,
your
Your Honor.
inquest, how can you draw the inquest?
Apologies,
What
Your
is
Honor.
required? It is to be drawn by whom or signed by whom? Inquest report under the law.
Your Honor, are you
Section
asking?
194.
Yes,
Who,
Your Honor.
who is required to draw it?
Your Honor, if I may please intervene with your permission.
No, witness, I am asking. You can't answer
Certainly.
it. Let
Certainly.
the,
Yes, Your Honor. So inquest report is prepared in this case because there was a suspicion of
my question is, who has to prepare the inquest report?
by an executive magistrate, yes.
Then why you are drawn it? What was the so urgent or hurry and illegal thing? It is not it's inadmissible. You can't draw it. It should be by executive magistrate.
Yes, Your Honor.
So you don't know the procedure, how to conduct the investigation.
I am aware of the procedure, Your Honor, but it was
Then why you have not done this one? Inquest, so much relied upon by the prosecution.
Your Honor, it was on an urgent basis and it's part of the proposition, Your Honor.
And the urgency, person is dead and gone. He had ample time to do all those things.
Your Honor, it is part of the mock proposition that we received.
We are aware of that. If
Your
it
Honor.
was a real thing, I would have asked to take action against the IO immediately. I would have ordered. Okay, prosecutor, yes, what is your explanation?
Your Honors, it's pertinent to note that all the documents were already drafted by the proposition, drafted and given to us. If it was us, we would have really made it clear that that was the certain process attributed. But however, Your Honors, the inquest report is certainly supposed to sign by the executive magistrate. But it's pertinent to note that that particular document which was prepared and given to us did not bear the signature. So it would be factually misleading if the counsel is to presume and direct my witness to answer it that way. And that wouldn't be ethical of the counsel to do. And that's the reason we had to certainly stick to the case as such.
If you had noticed, you should have mentioned it while getting it back. There is some defect.
Your Honor, just to mention, every line in the proposition is in fact in law because we are following everything. This is a make-believe case, but we follow every aspect.
No, we are aware of that. No, the counsel, the prosecutor should have said that. Just mentioned it, that's all.
Yes, Your Lordship, yes.
But then
Certainly.
there is some defect or mistake. That's all is expected. Okay, doesn't matter.
Apologies.
Yes, cross-examination, continue.
Much obliged, Your Honor. Mr. Apte, you concluded that there was a heated argument. How did you arrive at this conclusion that there was a heated argument between Arjun and Keshav which led to this incident? On what basis?
So firstly, Counselor, at the scene of the crime, only Arjun and Keshav were there. And also based on Vedant and Maya's statement, this inference could be drawn. And the fact that the argument led to the ultimate demise of the accused, of the victim, it's a reasonably sound logical deduction.
Mr. Apte, are there eyewitnesses to this incident or of the heated argument?
This is a circumstantial evidence case, Counselor. There are no eyewitnesses.
Okay, what circumstances have led you to believe that have led you to come up with this conclusion?
Okay. There are multiple circumstances surrounding the death of the victim in this case. And there's a strict timeline which has led to a series of events, which has also been corroborated by all the material documents and the evidences. Like I said, at the scene of the crime, only the accused and the victim were present. Nobody around them were present at all. And The first person to go there was Mr. Vedant Puri after hearing the scream of Mr. Arjun, wherein he saw both of them present at the scene. And moreover, counselor, it's a very logical deduction that if two people are in an area and one of them is dead and one is alive, unless it is a suicide, the other person must have committed the murder. Not to mention the fact that clearly motive has been established in this case due to the persisting hostility between the accused and the victim. So I believe even if you were the IO, you would have come to the same conclusion.
Yeah. So how did you conclude that Arjun pushed Keshav?
I'm sorry?
How did you conclude that there were like Arjun pushed Keshav as a postmortem, as a medical examiner also said that it must have happened due to a strong blow which could have caused due to a push. So how did you come up with this conclusion that it was only Arjun who pushed Keshav?
Like I said, nobody else was in the crime scene. Who else could have pushed him?
Did you collect fingerprints?
Fingerprints of what?
Fingerprints on the clothes and the body of.
Irrelevant. What is the fingerprint? There is no material object or weapon used. Where is the fingerprint required? Irrelevant. Yes.
Mr. Apte, uh, was there a push involved which led to Keshav's fall?
Like I said, Counselor, I'll reiterate, there are no direct eyewitnesses in this case, but the circumstances definitely conclude to the same inference.
Okay. With this, the council would like to conclude the cross-examination.
One question, IO. This football and watch, are they material objects? Why you have produced them?
Your Honor, they were just part of the crime scene, and I just wanted to do my job completely and not leave any trace in the scene. Then I would be failing as an IO, right?
Did you seize the clothes of the deceased? Because the report shows that there were some blood marks.
Yes, Your Honor.
Then why you have not seized them?
No, Your Honor, I most certainly seized them.
Where is that? It is not produced. It's not a material object. Only two things you have produced is football and watch.
I had sent it to the FSL team, Your Honor, and they had not given it back. They failed to do their job.
Okay. Okay.
Well, can I leave, Your Honor?
Yes, you can leave. Yes, prosecutor.
With that, we are done with the prosecution witnesses.
Yeah, defense. Any witness defense?
The council seeks permission to approach the virtual dais.
Yes.
Much obliged. The council seeks permission to address the bench wholly as your honor.
Yes.
Much obliged. Your Lordship, firstly, I shall be putting the list of witnesses in the order we'll be examining in the chat for the convenience of the proceedings. And further in, I request the honor's permission to start with the chief examination.
Yes, go ahead.
Firstly, I'd like to call upon DW1, Mrs. Riddhi Jha. Is Mrs. Riddhi Jha in the meeting with us? Timekeeper, I insist that you keep the time accordingly. Mrs. Riddhi Jha, are you in the meeting with us? Your Honor, apologies for the delay.
No problem.
I may only pray that the time master has paused the time accordingly.
Yes, the time has been paused and she's in the meeting.
Mrs. Riddhi Jha, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible and visible. Could you please introduce yourself in this court for the purpose of record?
Indeed. Good afternoon. My name is Riddhi Jha. My son Arjun and I live at Woods Apartment in Beenambali, and I'm a homemaker currently. However, I was working at an advertising agency for about 12 years before I quit my job when Arjun was 7 years old.
So could you propound about that? Why did you quit your job for Arjun?
Right. Arjun, when he was 7 years old, he was diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder. And it was very difficult on my son and me and my husband. We wanted to give him the best life that we possibly could, make him as comfortable and help him adjust to his new diagnosis. Which is why I quit my job.
Completely understand, Ms. Reddy. I understand the sensitivity, but could you talk about Arjun and his nature so that we get a perspective about him?
Right, Arjun has always been a very quiet child, a child that always liked being by himself. And once we got his diagnosis, we understood that how difficult it actually was for him. He needed his personal space a lot. He didn't like to be touched. He didn't like a lot of loud sounds or loud noises because it would give him sensory overload. And in fact, even in school, it was very difficult for him because he was being bullied by his classmates, not for anything that he did, but simply because he was a quiet child and he didn't want to participate in any activities or be part of like big social groups. In fact, Keshav used to be friends with or they used to be in the same school, and anytime Arjun was asked to be part of games or something, Arjun would say no because it would be too much for him, and he would bully Arjun, and they would call him names and call him peculiar.
Right. I'm so sorry for that, Mrs. Riddhi. I understand what your son must be facing. So, is this the reason you have not disclosed his disorder to society?
Yeah, in fact, yeah, like we know there's so much stigma around autism, especially in our society. And wanted to shield him. It was never meant to be a secret, but in our old locality, one of our acquaintances found out, and it became such a big stigma. People in the society, locality cut ties with us, and it was very difficult time for us. And we just wanted to get away from there and have a fresh start, where our son wouldn't have to deal with this prejudice, and which is why we didn't really disclose it like to anyone else except the people who were directly involved in his life, for example, his professors or his counselors or his psychologist.
Of course. Mr. Riddhi, if you could just get into your current situation and how Arjun is being treated by the environment or by his peers, by people in the society.
Uh, there's actually so many instances where he's been discriminated that I can't even count. Uh, but because of the situation we are in today, I will mention one instance that happened in school regarding Keshav and himself. Um, During annual day functions in school, one day Arjun was asked to participate in a running race relay competition. Keshav and Arjun were put in the same team. However, Arjun was very scared and nervous that day because the annual day competition was so loud. There was so much crowd. It was very stimulating for him, and because of which he wasn't able to run as fast as he was supposed to. And Keshav cornered him and he started yelling at him and he started calling him blind and slow and that he shouldn't have been there. And then it was a lot of bullying that happened in school. This is just one instance that I can think of. But yeah, there's so many more if you want me to elaborate.
We get a better understanding of Arjun's history, specifically with Keshav. So, coming on the point of 22nd August, from your side, could you let me know what you've heard, what you've gathered, what actually happened over there?
Uh, as you know, it like as I've said, like it's always been very difficult for him. Arjun especially has been scared of Keshav and his friends, because except this multiple instances from school, this has followed him into college as well. In fact, in college also, once when he was coming back from his counselor, um, Keshav saw him and started calling him retarded and that he need extra and that he shouldn't have never been admitted into college and stuff like that. So because of that, he's been very traumatized by Keshav and his friends. But he's still a very brave child. He still doesn't give up on his hobbies. And going to the park was his safe space. He would go there to crochet and sometimes draw because that gave him a lot of calm and peace. One such day, he was there on this bench that he really likes, and he was minding his own business, like I'm assuming he always does. But from what I understood, that day he came back from the park and he looked really stressed and really troubled. Usually, crocheting or drawing gives him a lot of calm and peace, but sometimes he has come back from the park looking very stressed. And every time I've asked him, why do you look stressed on some days like this? I've realized it's because boys like this bully him. This particular day also, he came back looking very stressed. And I realized something must have happened. Someone must have bothered him. And upon like asking more, like I realized it had to do something with Keshav, and he was scared, and like he wouldn't, like when he came home, he was very scared, very nervous. He wouldn't let anyone touch him. And once upon asking and inquiring more, that's how I found out.
Right. And Mr. Rithi, prior to this, whenever he's encountered by situations that are not comfortable for him, how does he react?
To be very honest, he doesn't take to new situations very well. He might start crying, he might start having a nervous breakdown, but it's never violent, it's never towards any other person, it's always towards himself. If he gets scared, he might start stimming, but that action only hurts him. It doesn't hurt anyone else. His breakdowns or his cries are always towards himself. Never in all my years of raising my son for 22 years, never have I seen him hurt anyone. And me and my husband have been with my son during his most disturbing and frustrating moments, and never one has he hurt us. So I absolutely cannot believe that he would ever hurt anyone intentionally. Even if they did something to him, which Keshav has been bullying him all his life, even then he's never wished to harm him or anything. He just wished to be left alone.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Ritija. We recognize the sensitivity and thank you for sharing before this court. The witness is open for cross-examination.
Yes.
Counsel seeks permission to cross-examine this witness.
Yes.
Mrs. Jha, considering that your son has had ASD, were there any medication prescribed to him to keep it under control?
So, like I said previously, Arjun was diagnosed at 7 years old. And me and my husband have never encountered this. We've
It's a
never.
yes or no question. Ms. Jha, it's a yes or no question. Has he
No,
or
but
has he not been prescribed
no, but
medication?
he was undergoing a lot of behavioral therapy, a lot of social exposure, and he was also taught coping mechanism along with
So no
counseling.
medications.
Mm.
Okay. So, Ms. Jha, in general, what would you say his fears are?
Many, to be honest, but his biggest one
Like
would
in
be
the
of
biggest trigger
physical touch.
points.
Physical touch, someone invading his personal space and shouting in his face or taunting him and basically like coming on to him.
Right. And usually, how does he react when this personal space is encroached?
His first instinct is to step out or try to get that person not come closer to him. He's not very confrontational, so at most he will try to step away from the person or take their hand away from himself.
Right. Okay. So I put to you that in your statement to the police, you stated that Arjun started screaming loudly in order to spontaneously defend himself, as it seemed to be an invasion of his personal space. Yes or no?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So
If I may clarify on that point.
Sure.
You asked me what his first instinct was. His first instinct is to step away. However, the person is insistent, then he gets more frustrated and he starts crying. He won't immediately start crying.
Okay,
He'll try to get away from it, but if it persists, then he'll start crying because he gets really frustrated.
Okay. Can you clarify to me which doctor you consult?
Yes, sure. So we've seen multiple doctors over the years. Currently, we have the psychiatrist called Dr. Kashfi Basu. She's been working with
And what's the
for 18
frequency?
years.
Yeah, what's the frequency of him meeting his therapist?
So it's not just his therapist that he works with, it's also his counselor. His counselor he sees about once a week. And his psychiatrist, it's on a need-to basis. On weeks or during times where he's really struggling, it'll be multiple times a week. Otherwise, it's once a week.
Okay, and how many years has he been going to Miss Kashfi, you said?
10 years.
10 years, okay. Ms. Jha, I put to you that Arjun did not distance himself from Mr. Keshav and rather, as per your statement, screamed at him, which seemed rather unusual as it was not his first instinct. Yes or no?
No.
Yes or no?
You're misconstruing my words. He would have tried to get away from him
Yes,
first. And if Arjun, what's the point if you're asking me if you won't let me answer things about my son?
You can answer and then proceed to explain. I'm more than happy to listen. But
It's a complete answer. It's not a yes or no question. My son would have tried to get away from him. And if the boy was still persistent, then he started crying and screaming.
Did Mr. Arjun tell you that he tried to get away from Mr. Keshav?
Yes, he did.
He
When
did.
he, like I said, when he came home, he was very nervous. He was shaking, crying, and when I asked him, this is what he
Okay,
said.
okay, okay. Um, sure. So has your son mentioned any instances of bullying faced by him at the hands of Keshav, or have you yourself witnessed anything to that extent?
Numerous, like I said, uncountable experiences, but the one that stings me the most is when in college he called my son was just trying to get help from the counselor to better cope, to better be able to fit into society. And Keshav cornered him and said that he was retarded and that he didn't deserve to be in college, that he shouldn't even have been given admission in college. And he called my son stupid and that he needed extra help. That is just one instances that happened in recent times. And we
Okay.
even stopped talking to his family after that.
Right. So just one final question, Mrs. Jha. So when he is not in his triggered stage, would you say that he has the capacity to distinguish between right and wrong?
First of all, as someone who deals with ASD, I would object to you calling it a triggered stage.
No, I didn't refer to ASD as a triggered stage. You mentioned circumstances wherein he might feel a bit triggered, right? The bullying or the invasion of his personal space. That's what I referred to, just to clarify.
She's
So
not a medical expert. Mother is not, and whatever she was experiencing, she was telling. Now you asked it if medical expert is there, you can ask the question.
Your Lordship, my question is very simple, Your Lordship. Apart from these circumstances, usually does he have the capacity to distinguish between right and wrong? And this
That's
question
all.
can
Stop there. Stop there. Yes.
Yes, Your Lordship. That's all. That's
Yes.
my question.
Yes.
So your question is whether he can distinguish from right and wrong?
Yes.
Yes, he can.
Okay. That will be all, Ms. Jha. Thank you very much. No more questions for this witness, Your Lordship.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Step down.
The defense counsel like to move ahead with DW2, Dr. Kasi Basu.
Yes.
Dr. Kasvi, are you in the call with us, Cyril? Thank you. Please stop recording.
Just hold on to a minute. The time is paused. The witness has joined the meeting. You can
Dr.
unmute.
Kasvi, can you hear me?
Am I audible?
You're
Yes.
audible, but you're not visible. Can you just
Am I visible now?
Yes, you're visible.
Yeah.
Could you please go ahead and tell the court about your profession and your experience in the field?
Absolutely. I am Dr. Kashvi Basu. I'm 47 years old and I'm a psychiatrist by profession. And I have at least 18 years of experience in the field. Among my long-term patients, one of them is Arjun Jha. And I have been treating him for a very long time. And he is diagnosed with ASD, which is autism spectrum disorder.
Okay. Could you please talk about your credentials and your qualifications to be here today?
Absolutely. Like I previously mentioned, I'm a psychiatrist. I have an MBBS from Maulana Azad Medical College in Delhi. I also have an MD in psychiatry from AIMS New Delhi, and I also have a DPM, which is a diploma in psychiatric medicine in National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences, Bangalore. And I also am a lifelong member of the Indian Psychiatry Institute and the Delhi Medical Council.
Could you go ahead and tell this court what the implications of having ASD is?
Absolutely. So ASD is autism spectrum disorder. It is a neurodevelopmental disorder which is characterized by difficulties in social communication, repetitive behaviors, and restrictive interests. These three are the keywords when we talk about ASD. And individuals that suffer from the same often experience heightened sensitivity, sensory issues, and there is a specific compulsive need for a routine. And their symptoms are very varied. They range from a whole spectrum, which is why the disorder is considered as a spectrum disorder instead of being very specific. And any person who suffers from it are going to have any of these compulsive needs for routines, which might appear very abnormal or not normal to any normal person. And they also have a lot of challenges when it comes to understanding or giving social cues, regulating their emotions, and adapting to any social change.
Your Honor, on your screen before right now is a medical certificate that Dr. Kasi, if you could please confirm, has been assigned by you.
Yeah.
Yes, this is given by
Your
me
signature?
with the due authority.
Your Honors, the counsel would like to object, and this is just being brought to us only right here. This was not a part of the proposition either, and this is certainly brought to the prosecution only right now.
Your Lordship, if I may intervene. Firstly,
Same
in her
answer for your document produced.
Sorry, Your Lordship, you weren't audible.
The prosecutor.
But just to clarify for the prosecution side as well, firstly, the exhibit they are presented before this court. Secondly, the fact that we have mentioned about this in our opening statement. Thirdly, our in arguendo defense is going to be regarding unsoundness of mind. Thus, it is vital in precedent set in this court only that it's required for the defense side to provide legal unsoundness of mind, not mere medical unsoundness of mind. That's why we had this before. And the verification of this evidence is with the psychiatrist whose credentials have been given before this court. Okay.
Permitted. Good.
Okay. Dr. Kasvi, if you could go ahead. Could you just give me a confirmation that yes, this is in fact your certificate and you have diagnosed Arjun with ASD?
Yes, I do confirm that.
Okay. And could you talk about Arjun and his characteristics and the reasons you deemed him as someone diagnosed with such disorder?
Absolutely. So when it comes to Arjun's ASD, Arjun has displayed common ASD traits such as challenges with social interactions, and he had a very strong sense and a strong compulsive desire for a routine, and he was very sensitive to any environmental changes as well. He also struggled a lot with social cues. He also sometimes reacted unpredictably and is very protective of his personal space. And another important thing that I noticed with Arjun was that he hated being touched, his personal space being invaded, especially through a physical touch of someone he was not comfortable with or someone he did not know, triggered some reactions in him which were very inward towards himself itself.
Yeah, just to ensure standardized procedure, could you just let the court know what kind of methodology or procedure or test you took to determine the same?
Absolutely. For determining ASD and to confirm Arjun's diagnosis, I conducted two tests, which is Autism Diagnostic Interview Revised, which is ADIR, along with Autism Diagnostic Observation Schedule, which is ADOS. Now, the reason why I conducted both of them is because they are both golden standards for determining ASD. Additionally, I wanted the inputs of both the peers and the patient while diagnosing Arjun.
Right, Dr. Kasi. Could you go ahead and let the court know in case Arjun let you know of any bullying instances, any instances of the environment treating him badly, anything that you've heard from Arjun in your sessions?
So during my sessions with Arjun, Arjun definitely
Leading my
experienced.
lords.
But what is the question, madam?
Your Lordship, all I asked was Arjun's psychiatrist to reveal what he has mentioned in his sessions regarding his peers, regarding his treatment with his peers. This is not a leading question, as clearly.
It's not part of the treatment given.
Lordship,
you're asking part of the treatment, isn't it?
Lordship, I'm going to rephrase the question.
Good.
I'll just rephrase the question for the prosecution's sake. Could you just let us know what Arjun has mentioned in your session that might have caused any concern?
When I was treating Arjun, I came across multiple normal behaviors that is pretty normal for a person with ASD, which is his compulsive need for routine and how he gets agitated when other people don't understand the same. Another striking factor, which is again common with patients of ASD, is bullying. A lot of people in our community do go through that, and so did Arjun. Specifically with Arjun, I found it a little different, is because usually when ASD patients come across people who are known to them, they are very comfortable with them. But in Arjun's case, when it came to two of his people who he had known for quite some time, I think their names are Keshav and Vedant, he was very scared of them, and they were the reason for him having extremely social anxiety, which is a little uncommon for Arjun, because usually he kept to himself and he didn't do much. And he, on multiple occasions, mentioned how he was being bullied and how he was being treated unfairly by these two people who generally should be giving a sense of calm since he's known them for some time and are part of his routine.
Okay.
And when he's mentioned such instances, how does he react to them?
He is his all ACD patients are definitely aggressive. The difference is outward aggression and inward aggression. With Arjun, it is complete inward aggression. He had a problem understanding social cues. So there were a lot of times where he didn't even understand their behavior towards them. But on some instances where things did tend to go far, he was very mad at himself, or he was aggressive towards himself, nothing specifically against the society or against his parents or any other person who might be inflicting that behavior on him.
Right. Just to shed clarity, could you just explain the type of outburst or any reaction he has so that there's clarity in this quote?
He will just have a tantrum. He'll just scream. He'll just go in a limbic state where he does not know what's happening. He'll go very rigid.
Right. So it's only emotional, no force
Yeah,
outburst.
absolutely. Nothing physical.
Of course. And lastly, in your clinical expert opinion and knowing Arjun's case, do you believe he is capable of such actions, or do you believe, knowing his history, this is something that's possible for him?
Absolutely not. Arjun has been one of the more cooperative patients I had suffering from ASD. Additionally, I feel he could not have taken such a drastic step because he harbors no malicious intentions. It is very unlikely for a patient of ASD to have any malicious intentions because this does not fit their neurodevelopmental profile. These people often struggle with understanding complex social dynamics and are driven by a need for routine. As such, having a kind of revenge or a vendetta is something that disturbs this sort of routine, which is very unlikely for ASD patients.
Right. Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Kasivasu. The floor is open for processing.
Much obliged.
Cross.
Council seeks permission to cross this witness project.
Proceed.
Ms. Kashvi, I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Ms. Kashvi, you had mentioned that Arjun had mentioned instances of bullying at the hands of Keshav during the sessions that you had with him. Can you explain to me his exact reaction while explaining these to you?
So when it comes to bullying, whenever he tend to mention something regarding Keshav, it was more like the reaction that he had, because it would come to my notice from his mother that, oh, something like this has happened. So when I did inquire about it, he was most of the times unaware of what is happening. As such, like his mother did obviously tell me that he was being called such names, but he necessarily didn't know what they meant, or like they were being targeted at him. But there were some instances where he was put on the stand and he was very confused. He was like, my personal space was invaded. He has a very sensitivity to voices, loud voices. So there was this one instance where I think Keshav yelled at him and he was very uncomfortable because of the loud noise specifically. He didn't necessarily understand why he's being called such things. He was just very out of his element because of the actions of certain people.
Okay. Dr. Kashvi, please clarify this to me. Was it him who volunteered this to you, or was it his mother who told all of this to you?
There were times where Arjun volunteered this information, and there were times where his mother also told me about such things.
Okay. And what about this specific incident that you spoke about?
That particular one, his mother had told me that there were some names that were thrown at him, but I
Okay, so
didn't know what
it
names
wasn't
until.
Keshav himself who spoke to you about it. It was his mother.
No, but
Just to
Keshav
clarify.
also,
Just to
Arjun
clarify.
also did.
I'm talking about the volunteering of information to you firsthand.
Yeah, it was his mother in this particular instance.
Okay. Doctor, did you prescribe any medicine?
I have prescribed him with therapy and counseling.
So no medication.
No.
Okay. And have you taught him any, mechanisms or social cues for him to maneuver through his daily life?
Absolutely. Yes.
Can you
So the
name a
first
couple?
thing, yeah. So the first thing I told Arjun to do whenever he seems distressed is to go into one of his safe spaces. So this allocation of safe spaces is very important. And then I asked him to focus on activities that bring him comfort. And during the course of his treatment, he did find painting and sketching to be one of them. And thirdly, I asked him to exercise some breathing mechanism, a 5-stage process where he has to identify what he's seeing, what he's feeling, what he can smell, what he can touch, so that he is more aware of his surrounding and he does not go into limbic state where he does not know what's happening around him.
Okay, doctor. What about his progression through the long period that you've been treating him? Has the condition, the disorder is it better or worse right now, you would say?
With ASD, my apologies, you can never know if it's getting better or it's getting worse. It is very case to case basis, but with Arjun, he was very cooperative. He was very understanding of what he himself is going through and
Yes.
he was volunteering up to it, which was definitely a very good point to his treatment. It was very helpful to us also. And his outbursts towards himself obviously were decreasing significantly.
Okay, so it was decreasing. Fair enough. So you mentioned certain fears or trigger points that he had. Now, when you take these apart, is he seemingly normal and has a gauge on his actions and reactions?
No.
I don't mean to the
No.
level of you or me. I mean for a person who has this disorder.
Every person who has ASD is aware of what is happening around them until that point where they go into that limbic state.
Right. Fair enough.
They are not someone who doesn't understand the scenario.
Yeah, it's fine. I understood. So I put to you that just to clarify, when there are no trigger points, he can differentiate between right and wrong. Yes or no?
Depends on your definition of trigger points, counsel.
My
which
definition
is very
is exactly what you stated a couple of statements ago.
Yes, but the idea that he will have a...
That will do, doctor. Thank you very much. No more questions for this witness.
Thank you.
Okay, one question, doctor. Can he be aggressive? Autism people can be aggressive to assault, according to your experience?
Your Lordship, on a very generic note, yes. But considering it's a case-to-case basis, Arjun is not aggressive at all. He is very dissociated to the point where he just wants his personal space and he would rather protect himself. One important point is he does not like being touched. So assault is clearly out of the question because he will never initiate any sort of physical, violent or intimate touch with most people.
Okay.
Doctor, I have one question. See, Arjun's mother testified that Arjun can distinguish between right and wrong. And some of the prosecution witnesses said on one occasion, when Keshav went overboard with him, Arjun told him, I'll make you pay for it. Would you say that these are not characteristics of a person suffering from autism? Maybe Arjun was never autistic at all. Maybe some other category.
Your Lordship, to answer your question, I would like to first tell what kind of other disorders this can be a part of, which is specifically ADHD. There is a lot of confusion with ADHD and ASD. But the test that I conducted on Arjun specified a range of 5 to 7, which is specifically for a person suffering from ASD. A person suffering from ADHD can have ASD, but a person suffering from ASD cannot have ADHD. Therefore, the test result shows that he definitely does have ASD. And coming to the point of the reaction that he has given, it is a very momentary reaction. He does not understand social cues, so he does not understand what that word would specifically mean in any other social context. He was very out of his element and he said something. But if he were to put in his safe space back, he wouldn't necessarily even remember what has happened. Thank you, Your Lordship.
Okay.
May I leave?
Yes.
Thank you.
The council seeks permission to address DW4, Mr. Veer Khatri.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Veer, are you in the call with us?
Time has been paused. Just wait a minute so that we let them. Your defense witness is here.
All right, thank you. Mr. Veer Khatri, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Please go ahead and introduce yourself to the court.
My name is Veer. I am a student at Grandeur University, and my age is 23.
Right. And how are you associated with the case at hand?
I am a friend of Arjun. We met through in our second semester during one of the guest lectures that we had.
Right. So being Arjun's friend, can you describe his character, his nature?
Arjun really intrigued me the first time I met him. But after a certain number of conversations that I did have with him, I understood that he did prefer one-to-one conversations, and we eventually became a lot closer.
Right. Can you go on ahead and describe Arjun's interaction with other people?
It was very clear that Arjun preferred having his own space, and at the same time, he understood that he wasn't too eager, or he understood the fact that other people were not too comfortable with him either, because of the disorder that he does have, which he did open up to me about as well.
Right. So for the case at hand, it's pertinent for me to ask. Could you explain or whatever your understanding is of the relationship between Arjun and Keshav, at least what you observed?
It was clear that Arjun there was clear bad blood between Arjun and Keshav, because Keshav seemed to continue to kind of mock and put Arjun in a terrible place, despite Arjun taking steps forward. I was actually able to there was a lot of give and take between me and Arjun and I. And Arjun used to help me with my humanities class, and then I tried to get him into extracurricular activities. And such efforts that he used to take to involve himself in extracurricular activities was unfortunately uh, hindered by Keshav and his group because of their presence and participation in these extracurricular activities as well.
Right. If I could just ask you to elaborate on this aspect and also his nature in general.
So when we used to keep going for these extracurricular activities, Keshav and his group used to continue to uh, mock Arjun for taking part in these. They didn't really think he deserved to be in the college in the first place, and there were a lot of instances of bad mouthing per se. And it was very clear that Arjun, despite everything and despite his own struggles, he didn't really seem like he would harm anyone per se. He
Right.
maintained his distance with people.
Right. So could you just tell us about his reaction to such things and just, in your opinion, his extent of his outbursts, or as the prosecution like to say?
Uh, Arjun understood that Arjun was very self-aware in in the light where he understood that okay, if something was wrong, he preferred to take his own space, and he wasn't too he understood that it was very uncomfortable when someone disturbed his own space as well. So he continued to maintain that space, and when people did disturb it, he got very uncomfortable, and such outbursts I wouldn't really describe as outbursts, but it wasn't very violent in nature per se.
And at least in your experience, have you ever seen Arjun be violent, forceful, or attack anyone?
No way. Definitely not. Arjun never struck me as a person who would ever do anything violent in nature per se, because he was very he kept to himself. He liked to sketch. He kept to himself. He was he was someone who was okay to help someone as well. Uh, and I understood that based off of our interaction that we have, and which is why we got close in the first place.
Thank you so much, Mr. Veer Khatri. The floor is open for cross-examination.
Yes. Yes, cross.
Doctor takes permission to
Yes,
proceed with the
proceed,
cross-examination. Mr. Veer, I hope I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Veer, is it true to state that Arjun was bad at reading social cues?
Was that question?
Yes.
Yes.
Question
Simple.
1 minute?
Objection speculative.
No, no. What is the question?
Is it the question, Your Lordships, was that is it true to state that Arjun was bad at reading social cues? Shall
Yes.
I proceed, Your Lordship?
Yeah. He was bad in social.
Bad at reading social cues, Your Lordship.
That
Okay.
was the what medical certificate itself read. Therefore.
Mr. Veer, I put to you that, as you stated, Arjun preferred one-on-one conversations as opposed to mingling with crowds, to say.
Correct.
Is it true for me to state that Arjun was a good friend to you?
Yeah, Arjun was a great friend because we had a lot of
Yeah, I mean, that's
to
true.
and fro,
Yes,
and we
right?
were able to get along very well.
You agree.
So he was able to give, and he was very interesting per se, and he taught me a lot of stuff such as sketching
Oh,
and so on. So we had a good amount of time together where I was able to understand that he was someone that I could really spend time with and have good conversations with as well.
okay, Mr. Veer. And you stated, as you stated, you preferred one-on-one conversations. And how exactly was he with you during these conversations?
He eventually got very comfortable, which led for him to go ahead and talk about how he did have ASD and that he didn't prefer social interactions with a large group. And since we did get along so well, which is why I got very close with him as well. And he was actually a very nice person to actually be
Okay.
around when we had one-on-one conversations as well.
So essentially, I put to you that he was completely normal during your personal conversations. Yes or no? Yes or no?
I wouldn't say normal, but he was very I
For
could
someone,
understand that he liked having his own space, but at the same time, yes, he
okay.
was pretty
Yes,
calm
Mr.
nature when
Veer.
we had
Thank you for
conversations.
that. I put to you that as per your statement to the police, Arjun clearly felt frustrated in the presence of Keshav.
Hmm. He was not too
Can you
happy
answer with a
about
yes
being
or
mocked.
a yes or no, please?
I didn't particularly mention that he was very frustrated, but it
Okay,
was not
but
easy for him to it
right,
was not easy for him to be around Keshav and his friends during these extracurricular activities that he did take part in, which was a big step for Arjun, given the fact of his disorder, which is why he was, able to put himself out there and which he did. But
right. So
unfortunately,
just
the
for
such efforts being mocked by Keshav and his group was not very well received, and
right.
understandably
So
so.
just for clarity, I put to you that it wasn't easy for Arjun to see Keshav and his presence, especially with regard to extracurriculars in college campus. Yes or no?
No, his
Yes.
participation in such activities was not okay.
I'm sorry.
And was
Do
not
you want
easy
me
for
to
him.
do you want me to rephrase my question? Do you want me to put it to you again?
Sure.
I put to you that it wasn't easy for Arjun to see Keshav in extracurricular activities in college. This is as per your statement to the police. Yes or no?
No. What I had mentioned was that it was not easy for him to
Yes,
take
that's
part in such
exact.
activities.
Is that what you stated?
Yes.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Veer. No more questions for this witness, Your Lordship.
Excuse.
Thank you.
Yes. The witness counsels would like to go ahead and examine DW3, Mrs. Ruhi Kamdar. Mrs. Ruhi, are you in the call?
No, just have to wait for 2 minutes. The time has been paused.
Time Master, if you could just reveal how much time is left with the defense for chief examination.
I think it's in the chat box for you. I think it's 15 minutes left for prosecution cross.
That's cross-examination.
And 5 minutes left for defense chief. Your DW3 is here. Thank you.
Right. Mrs. Ruhi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mrs. Ruhi, you're visible and audible. Could you please go ahead and reintroduce yourself to the court?
So my name is Mrs. Ruhi Kamdar and I'm 41 years of age and I am professor at Grandeur University. And I was a professor to Arjun and Keshav.
Right. And could you just let me know how you met Arjun and what were your first opinions about him?
So I met Arjun when he came with his parents during admission, and his parents told me about his condition of ASD, and I've known him since Arjun needed compassion, and I was one of the professors who was close to him, and he came to me for every week for visiting me.
Right. And could you just let us know about Arjun's nature, about Arjun's character?
So, yes, because of his syndrome, he was not very interactive and he did not like to talk much in social companies. And with me also, he took a lot of time to get accustomed to and get comfortable with me. But in due course of time, he came to visit and he used to tell me about his week, whatever happened with him. And he used to show me his sketches. So he was calm. He had a calm demeanor when it came to when he was not comfortable with something.
Right, Mrs. Ruhi. So in these sessions, the weekly sessions you had, did he mention his batchmates, anything about them?
Not much, but yes, here and there I got to know that he's getting accustomed with one of his friends, Veer. And I also got to know that there are some people in his batch he was not comfortable being around with.
Right. So if you could just elaborate on these people he wasn't comfortable with.
So he told me that Keshav and his friends were there who came to him for asking him out for participating in things, but he was not comfortable doing that, and but they insisted him, and they tried to invade his personal space, which he was not comfortable doing.
Right. And usually, how would he react to these requests or asks or conversations?
He would just withdraw himself and later he would come to me and tell about it, is if he would be okay doing that day. Otherwise he'll just come to me, sketch about do sketching on that and just remain silent, and I'll just provide that safe space for him.
Right. So at least in your experience, have you witnessed him being very forceful, violent, or heard about anything at least? Being a
No,
professor.
I have never seen him being violent at any instance.
Right. Thank you so much, Mrs. Ruhi. The floor is open for cross-examination.
Yes, cross-examination.
Counsel seeks permission to proceed
Yes,
with the cross-examination.
good.
Ms. Ruhi, I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Could you please describe to the court the relationship that you shared with the accused?
So
Was it just a familiar faculty or?
I'm sorry?
Was it of just a mere faculty or?
So he was a student.
What
and
is that or question? What is your question?
Just
Relationship of what?
The witness shared with the accused, Your Lordship.
Are you attacking the character? Not permitted. Not
No, Your
permitted.
Lordship,
No. She is a professor and a student relation. What more you can ask? No, not allowed. Next.
Your Lordship, my question was just to clarify if she was just a faculty or more of a counselor or a mentor, Your Lordship, not anything other than that.
You should
No,
have
the
put
way
that
you
very
asked it
clearly.
is the
Yes,
way you
I will
asked
I
it
will
is
rephrase. I will rephrase if I have to, Your Lordship.
yes.
Yes. Miss Ruhi, please state to the court the relationship you shared with the accused. Was it just of a faculty or was it more of a mentor or a counselor?
That's good.
Uh, I was his faculty. I am his faculty, and but he came after his parents apprised me of this condition. I grew very compassionate towards him, and I developed I this bond with him through knowing him in class, that he was being comfortable with me as compared to other faculties. So I just gave him this safe space. I would stay back after college, and he would just come to visit me. Initially, he just came and sat and just do his sketches. But later on, he started telling me about his days and how his week went by.
So, Miss Ruhi, will you today, if you had to describe the relationship that you shared with him, will you just say faculty?
No, it is developing as a friend as well.
I'm asking. Okay, fine. Okay, Miss Ruhi. Were you aware of the issues he was facing?
Yes, I knew he had ASD.
Okay, and has he ever mentioned Keshav's bullying to you specifically?
Already answered that is. What is it again? Yeah.
Okay, let me rephrase. Let me rephrase, Your Honors. How many times has he mentioned of Keshav's bullying to you, Miss Ruhi?
I can't count how many times, but sometimes he used to say that today I was not comfortable in the class
Right,
because
so
he
multiple,
to me.
you would say.
Yes.
Okay. And I put to you that you try your best to ensure that he doesn't feel bad about this situation and provide consolation to him.
Yeah, I would tell him that it's okay.
It's a simple yes or no. A simple yes or no.
Yeah, I would tell him that he
relevance.
should remain to his sketches and uh, be in
Right.
his however he feels comfortable.
Okay. So I put to you that you did not file any complaint to the authorities despite knowing that he was being bullied by a fellow university mate.
So firstly, I never saw this happening in front of my eyes, and this was never a formal complaint through him or his parents that this he is being bullied. This was his feelings which he shared to me. So it was not my position to file any complaint.
So do you not trust what he said
It's not about a
based
trust.
upon what you just stated?
If it was not about a trust, it's that he was sharing his feelings with me, and he never wanted me to take it up because he was not comfortable doing it. If he was, then he would have definitely gone further himself.
Okay, please answer with a yes or no. You as a faculty, when a student comes to you and complains or shares his feeling, as you would say, about a fellow student, you haven't taken any action regarding the same. Yes or no?
He did not complain to me about it, and I'm just a faculty and I'm not a member
Yes,
of
that's why I rephrased myself.
college.
Shared his feelings. Did you or did you not take any action? Yes or no?
No, I did not, because
Okay,
this is not
that
proper.
will do. That will do, Ms. Ruhi. Um, how would you say he was in reading social cues in general?
So, as I said, he was not comfortable in social interactions. So, he would just withdraw himself and be with be like that. He wouldn't react much, and he'll just stay silent. And with me, personally, that's how it happened.
Okay. So, are you aware of of his friendship with a fellow student named Veer in college?
Yes, I am.
You are aware. So, Miss Ruhi, if friendship is a social cue, I put to you that he was sound enough to understand the interactions between Veer and himself.
Um,
Yes or no?
he was developing that. It's not
Yes or
like
no?
you cannot force me to say yes to
How
something.
can she answer that about between Veer and this one accused?
No, Your Lordship, this is solely based upon what his feelings was, what he states to her.
That feeling of this available only to the person, not to another faculty member or somebody.
But she, okay, Your Lordship.
Prosecutor counsel can't answer this question.
Can't be.
Okay, agreed, Your Lordship. I take it back. Miss Ruhi, did he ever portray any aggressive tendencies?
No, in front of me, never.
He never. Okay. Have you noticed him to be frustrated or agitated anytime on campus?
Yeah, I found him uncomfortable during certain situations, even during class interactions when faculties ask pointedly to students to answer some questions, he would not feel comfortable doing it, and he would just react to it in a manner that seemed that he's not okay interacting that much.
Okay, Ms. Ruhi, can you please tell me if Keshav's participation in extracurriculars conducted in your university made Arjun feel anxious or frustrated, especially because he was sidelined by Keshav?
He never mentioned to me about being sidelined with him. He just told me that him and his friends, whenever he was around, he was not comfortable with that. And
Okay.
I just took it as a normal student behavior, that if other person is performing too well or he is not able to cope up, it's a normal student behavior to behave in that manner.
Okay, Ms. Ruhi, that will be all. Thank you so much. No more questions for this witness.
Thank you.
Excuse. Yeah, witness excused.
There are no longer defense witnesses. The floor is open for closing statements if the honorable laws.
Concluded. Have you concluded? No more witnesses?
Yes, there are no more witnesses.
Okay.
You don't propose to examine Arjun on your side? Of course, accused is not obliged to examine himself, but do you propose or you don't propose?
Your Honor, there is a procedure for that, and the jurisdiction to bring upon the accused in this case would solely rely upon you and not upon us. And that is an order that only you can take, since we've already revealed the list of witnesses and it did not include the accused. This right resides only with you. If you please, we could call upon the accused, but our case is set either way.
We just wanted to know your stand as a defense
My
counsel.
client is innocent and his wording is innocent.
Very good. Yes.
Your Honors, my co-counsel seems to be facing a network issue. He will be back in just a couple minutes if you would like to spare that time.
Closing statements?
Yes, Your Honors, for the
Okay.
closing statement.
Right.
Apologies, Your Honors.
No.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, my lords. We had a power.
No problem. No problem. Go ahead.
Apologies. My lords, going ahead with the closing statement.
Yes.
Certainly, my lords. May it please, my lords. My lords, today we have presented before this honorable court a clear and a compelling chain of evidence that establishes beyond reasonable doubt the guilt of the accused Mr. Arjun Jha in the murder of Mr. Keshav Sangam. My lord, justice for Keshav demands that this honorable court holds the accused accountable for his deliberate and violent actions. My lords, the prosecution, my lords, rests its case on firm and legal and factual grounds. My lords, supported by unbroken evidence and witness testimonies. My lords, the council shall very much rely upon a point-to-point basis for it in the purpose of brevity. My lords, the first point is certainly how satiating how this particular how prosecution has satiated the essential elements of murder as necessitated by law. My lords, as in the wisdom of the honorable bench, when it comes to a charge under section 103, which is certainly for a murder, we require three things. So first one being mens rea, second one being actus reus, third one for a casualty. My lords, the casualty is certainly proven right here. My lords, the thing which the council shall go upon is mens rea as a first subpoint of its argument. My lords, essentiality of mens rea, which is a direct which is certainly intent. My lords, as in the wisdom of the honorable bench, intent could be of two types: direct intent and indirect intent. My lords, direct intent for that matter would certainly refer to a motive or a threat. Meanwhile, indirect intent would refer to previous hostility or enmity concern. Now, my lords, the prosecution shall go ahead and present and prove how both the categories of mens rea are certainly present and proven in this instant case. My lords, as of the direct intent is present. My lords, the prosecution in its deposition with prosecution witness number 1, Maya Sangam, who had clearly mentioned the happening of 17th August, which is merely 5 days before the incident, has clearly had a conflict on the sports fest, whereby the deceased had called out his poor game, to which the accused ended up saying, I quote, my lords, I'll make you pay for this humiliation. You'll regret this. Now, my lords, it's not just a statement supported as such. Going ahead, prosecution witness number 3, Mr. Vedant Puri, has also affirmed this incident in its deposition too. Now, my lords, getting to the concept of indirect intent concern, it is pertinent to take cognizance of the Ganpat Singh versus State of Madhya Pradesh judgment by the Honorable Supreme Court, which makes it absolutely clear that previous hostility combined with the presence of threat is far more than sufficient for us to establish intent for that matter. Now, my lords, it's to be noted that it's an accepted fact by both the parties that there exists previous hostility between the accused and the deceased, and based on several circumstances, my lords, including the annual day incident and the other incident which was certainly brought forward by by the very neighbor, prosecution witness 2, whereby he says go to hell, when all the deceased did was to just help the accused by taking the fallen yawn ball and give it back to him, to which he had certainly thrown the ball and saying go to hell after some sort of screaming towards word. But that, my lords, the quoted instance of threat as clearly evinced by statements like 1, I will make you pay for this humiliation. I will make you pay for this humiliation. You'll regret this. 2, go to hell. As evinced and deposed, coupled with agreed previous hostility, my lords, by the defense itself, as clearly is certainly amount to satiate the element of mens rea for that matter. Thereby, my lords, going ahead to the actus reus, the council shall go ahead to its second ground, whereby the actus reus shall be established through the medical witness protestant. Now, my lords, the
Prosecutor.
Yes, my lord.
See, the football ground, this Arjun was sitting at an isolated spot.
Exactly.
He did not go out in search of Keshav. Keshav goes to him. Then how do you satiate this mens rea element?
Exactly, my lords. My lords, the council would bring the honorable bench. My lords, as it's certainly a moot, we would not be able to have a stenographer and quote the exact deposition as such. But then, as of the remembering this concern, my lords, it's to be noted that the ball was kicked by another player, to which Keshav clearly goes to retrieve the ball. It is not for him to have gone for any other purpose. It's only for the purpose of retrieving the ball he goes. Therefore, my lords, that certainly cannot, that certainly does not amount to that particular thing, my lords.
Counsel, what my judge is saying, brother judge is saying is, he was unaware that Keshav was sitting there. The deceased was sitting there. It was not premeditated. It suddenly happened.
My lords, if that is actually the case of the defense, my lords, I guess that's where we would beg to differ. My lords, for that, the council will rely upon the medical witness, my lords. My lords, it's pertinent to know that the pathologist who performed the postmortem of the deceased has brought to light that their expert opinion, as it derives its value from section 40 of the Bharatiya Sakshi Adhinayam, expert witness, made it clear that the kind of observations resulting to the death of the deceased was accompanied by an external force. Now, my lords, adding to it, the combination of injuries as examined by the doctor makes it clear that it was not an accidental trauma. And that, my lords, combined with the presence of external force and scratches towards the arms of the individual, thereby makes it clear that there was some sort of external force concern. And that, my lords, it's proven to the fact that the combination of injuries, again, as noted in the postmortem report marked as an exhibit, right there prescribes that there was a polytrauma concern. And polytrauma by itself means several injuries, but however, the age of the injuries are certainly not present in the postmortem report. But however, my lords, the midfacial fracture, as my lords have rightly pointed out, was certainly present along with the cerebral hemorrhage. And it's to be noted, my lords, the scratches and contusions still remain unexplained. And that, my lords, however, we have not certainly gone to the point of questioning how this particular scratches
Who has to explain the scratches and this one? It is for the prosecution to prove it. Your doctor failed. Repeatedly we asked, how can it be caused?
My lords, if at all...
And age is not mentioned. Basically, age of the injury is those scratches and other contusions.
Exactly, my lords. My lords, that's the reason we shall not rely upon that scratches and conditions part and
you are relying upon that.
My lords, I am coupling that with the inconsistency of other injuries. But my lords, if I am to not take that into consideration, I'll consider the two things. First one being the accidental trauma, second one being presence of external force. My lords, it was certainly not proven that it was clearly proven that it was not accidental trauma based on the combination of internal and external examinations done by the opinion for that matter. Now, my lords, if it's clearly not an accidental trauma, that brings this council to the honorable bench attention to the last scene theory. Now, my lords, the sequence of events and last scene theory as propounded by the Ganpat Raj judgment itself makes it clear, my lords, to get the facts ahead straight. My lords, on the evening of August 22, Keshav was last seen alive interacting with the accused. Now, my lords,
the prosecutor, we will take it for a moment that the push was done by Arjun, but cannot be grave on sudden provocation, no, without premeditation.
Exception.
My lords,
Exception 4.
My lords, as the charge sheet has already
knowing his mental condition for a moment.
Certainly, my lords. My lords, it's pertinent. My lords, may the council please proceed?
Yes, good.
My lords, it's pertinent to note that the charge sheet has already been framed. But however, as my lords had already pointed out, it is not by the executive magistrate. Let's not certainly rely upon it. But however, if the investigation is to go on that particular basis, it's only murder that I may rely on. Now, my lords, this honorable bench is very much
empowered. My brother asked you, does it fall under the definition of murder? Can it not be explanation 4 to section 101?
My lords, to propound premeditated murder based on this particular two incidents alone, my lords, again would certainly mislead. Would certainly be hard for us to prove as such, my lords. But however, this very bench is empowered to alter the charges.
That it is premeditated. It was pointed out to you that presence of the disease was accidental, known to the accused. He was not aware that he is going to be there, and so I must go. Somebody must kick the ball, and then I start fight. Nothing of that sort.
Exactly, my lords. My lords, that's exactly why the council was relying upon the last scene theory. My lords, as I was getting to the facts as such, on 22nd, which is the testimony of Mr. Vedant Puri, establishes that they were present in an isolated place. That makes it clear that they were only two people. First one being the deceased, second one being the accused. Now, my lords, we go ahead as shortly as it is deposed by Vedant Puri itself. Shortly after this encounter, Keshav was discovered with as it is witnessed by Vedant Puri, he sees these two people having a conversation, which is certainly a little aggressive, as he has stated in the deposition. However, his friend calls, and then he turns behind. After walking a few steps, he hears the scream of Arjun Jha. My lords, it's pertinent to note again that it's an isolated corner, as my lords had already pointed out. Now, my lords, if I'm to turn back, and then if it was just two people in that corner, and it is proven by the medical examination that it was not an accidental trauma.
We are assuming Arjun pushed Keshav down, taken, accepted, but is it a case of murder? Cannot be grave on sudden provocation.
My lords, the reason why are we satiating...
Because Arjun would not have expected Keshav to come there at all. It all happened all on a sudden.
My lords, it's pertinent to note that the previous two instances whereby he says that he'll make us pay for this is...
Can counsel, you are relying upon the utterances. Can the words be put? Normally we say that something whenever we get angry. I will see you properly. What is to be done?
Exactly.
No, there must be some incidents. Violence was there earlier with somebody else also, not necessarily with the deceased. That conduct of the accused was violent. You have not proved that violence.
My lords, that violence, that's the reason, my lords, the council is trying to establish the application of last scene theory, which will shift the burden towards the defense. My lords, that is pretty much the application of Ganpat Raj judgment. My lords, to quote a very simple example, my lords, there is one, to quote a simple analogy as such for the brevity of the bench, my lords, there is a CCTV camera which has clear footage of just two people present in a closed room. Now, my lords, the footage just sees them in a very proximate distance, but however, they stand against each other. My lords, this thing stays for, let us presume that the footage was for 3 minutes. 1 minute, 30 seconds has these two people just standing at each other. Just for 10 seconds, the footage disappears. And then it comes back and we see this one person lying down. Now, my lords, it's clear My lords, it's a very proponent concept that since nobody is available at that place, there is no possibility that someone.
No, can't be explained. If the footage has gone blank, then there is every possibility somebody else came and did it.
My lords,
when the footage was blank.
My lords, that is where, my lords, the Supreme Court established.
No. That theory doesn't apply here.
My lords, may I please answer that question, my lords? My lords, the Supreme Court came up with an exception. They propounded the Ganpat Raj judgment, made it clear that it is applicable only to private spaces and closed spaces whereby only two people are present. Number one. Number two, it should certainly be of isolated nature. My lords, that's the reason we made our witness depose.
Both have to be complied with. It must be isolated place and nobody is there.
The preponderance of possibilities should be lesser, my lords. That nothing should have happened then. And my lords, since it's already made clear that it's an isolated place, it is only these two people. The only possible things which could have happened is number one, he would have slipped and fell at that particular point whereby he was walking ahead. And that makes it clear from the post-mortem report that it was not an accidental trauma. Thereby, it was not just a slip and fall. And there was presence of external force. And that, my lords, the clear fact that it was only this one particular person present in a very proximate distance, it is presumed that this person to have caused an external force. And since there is an absence of accidental trauma, and since these two people were the last people to be seen together, the burden automatically shifts to defense to prove that he did not do it, not us.
That's why my brother said, assuming he pushed him.
Exactly.
Does it amount to murder? It's a simple question. Repeatedly, we are asking you.
My lords, if I am to
look at prosecutor, assuming, accepting that there was bad blood between both of them. He had uttered some nonsense that I will say you. Everything is assumed. But does it mean specifically that he intended to kill him? And there was a preparation is required. If it is accidental, possible.
Certainly.
Then what happens?
My lords,
he provoked it. This is why we are repeatedly asking you to read explanation 4.
The culpable homicide explanation. Exactly, my lords.
Exception 4, what does it say?
My lords, if I may
read exception 4.
Just a second, my lords. I'll grab my.
No, I will read for you. Culpable homicide is not murder if it is committed without premeditation in a sudden fight, in the heat of passion, upon a sudden quarrel, and without the offender having taken undue advantage. See, undue advantage is when he takes a weapon, carries it weapon, then some fight is going on and he hits it. Now here is a mere act, assuming everything you have proved. Assuming I am saying. He pushed him, that's all. Does it make it premeditated?
My lords, in the interest of moot, again, my lords, the council would not like to waste the honorable bench's time. It would go ahead and very much state that it was certainly not premeditated as for that matter. But however, it's given to us. The charges were already framed. It was given to us that it was
mere framing of charge is not sufficient to convict.
My
Mere
lords,
framing of charges, no.
Exactly, my lords. My lords, but however, if this honorable bench is
prosecutor is not persecutor, okay? You can even make a fair statement, okay?
That's right.
My lords, certainly, my lords. Being long students as such, I guess we should be leaning towards that than being prosecutors as such. Going ahead, my lords, if I am, my lords, at the end of the day, at the interest of moot and at the interest of others, the maximum I try to do is at least convict him of culpable homicide, if not for murder. And at the end of the day, this particular judgment as pronounced should certainly convict him. That's my only purpose. I'll put him behind bars no matter what. And if at all it goes to premeditated murder, I'd be more than happy if this honorable bench can alter the charges because it is empowered to do so too at any time before they pronounce the judgment as invested by the BNSS itself. Now, my lords,
defense. Let's let the defense take over.
My lords, can I please take 1 minute to conclude my arguments, my lords? I have only one minute. Much obliged, my lords. My lords, going ahead of inconsistencies. My lords, the medical certificate which has been exhibited by the defense, they claim to have been made by Mr. Basu. My lords, the council should rely upon 3 main grounds on why it should not be admissible before this honorable court. First one, my lords, the council had made it clear that for arguendo purposes, the document shall be used to prove the insanity in case the defense does not work. My lords, you cannot ride 2 horses at the same time. My lords, it's pertinent to note, you either accede to the commission of offense and plead insanity. you do not do that. And then you say you plead insanity in case you do not do so. My lords, your argument cannot go two ways. You either take the plea of insanity and accede to the commission of crime.
No. Defense can take any number of defenses. No, you're not correct. It need not be confined to this only. A can defense say that this or that or that. It is for the prosecution to prove it beyond reasonable doubt.
My lords, exactly, my lords. And the submission of such an evidence of what their psychiatrist has done so is certainly way too beyond.
No, we'll keep aside the certificate for a moment. Aside, we will not accept it. But the evidence, what we say for the evidence before the court of the psychiatrist.
My lords, the deposition
coupled with mother, coupled with the professor, why it should not be accepted?
My lords, despite of that being expert, despite of that very well following under the expert opinion clauses itself, my lord, that should be accompanied with their written document concern. And now, my lords, if I am to disregard that particular statement and take into account the deposition alone, my lords, I certainly have proof. I have certainly have gotten to the extent to prove the last scene theory accompanied with the absence of accidental trauma, and that, my lords, by itself. That by lords by itself should actually should do for good. And very most importantly, my lords, if I may please quote to the very last page of the proposition, my lords, which is the out of the 27 pages, it's clearly mentioned that participants may create and add evidences provided that such evidences only corroborate the statements forming a part of trial proposition. Now, my lords, if they are to make statements based on that particular witness, the defense may go ahead, submit that he has ADHD, bipolar disorder, and my lords, it's crucial. It's absolutely crucial because of the fact that they're saying that he's not capable of possessing such an intent, or he's never even capable of acting that way. And that, my lords, they cannot go ahead by submitting an evidence which was not even given to us. At least they should have had the courtesy to give us a copy. They did not do that either.
We said that we'll keep aside the certificate. How do you demolish the evidence? How do you discredit the psychologist, mother?
My lords,
how do you discredit them, friend, professor? Professor is a totally independent person.
Certainly,
she has no enmity with your, the deceased or accused.
Exactly, my lords. But my lords,
or deceased,
neighbor. My lord, so does the neighbor, which we have put as prosecution witnesses. He does not have any interest in them either. He has given a neutral statement and he has clearly seen. My lords, there are equal evidences which suggest from the prosecution that people have seen him coming up with something, and he has gone to the extent of holding someone's collar. My lords, what would have stopped him if people did not come around and stop him? That he would have certainly given a punch. They have clearly engaged in a grapple. He was capable of doing it. The question does not, and my lords, it's pertinent to note that the deposition by the psychiatrist made it clear that he was capable of impulses. He can clearly act on impulses. It is not that my lords, he's not a trained
Violence person. Is not there, counsel. Violence is not there. He used to withdraw himself. He used to punish himself mentally.
My lords,
there is no physical violence you have established. Prosecution had to show that there was a physical violence at least once or twice, and especially with the deceased. Nothing of that sort.
My lords, it's pertinent to note that all of the two incidents which the prosecution has relied upon as just 7 days old, my lords. The first incident being them getting into a grapple, and this guy saying this based on them holding each other's collars. Number one is the clear fact that it had gotten to that particular point. Second instance, my lord, the yarn which was thrown on his face. My lords, the yarn, if at all, if today it was a yarn, imagine if it was something which could have certainly harmed the person. It is not that
What was thrown?
The yarn ball, my lords. As deposed by the neighbor who had seen it, Mr. Ishan.
Earlier occasion.
Exactly, my lord. My lord, this was.
Is it a weapon? It is a weapon.
My lord, no, it was not a weapon as such.
What is that?
My lords, if he was capable of
throwing it with the intention to commit harm or murder.
My lords, exactly, my lord.
A paper ball. I take a big paper ball and throw it at you. Does it show that I intended to injure you, minimum? No.
Well, look, it depends upon the conversation which we are having previous and the other people, those who have witnessed the kind of hostility which we have. It is an established fact that you and I have a hostility. And it's possible that if you exert immense amount of force, say that, my lords, rather than you throwing an A4 sheet paper, would have certainly gone to a little extra cardboard, which again would be a paper. But again, my lord, the GSM of the paper should be taken into account. The force you had used should be taken into account. There are several other factors. Thereby, my lords, the possibilities go to a whole another level of extent. But that still does not confine him throwing something. And if he was capable of, my lords, it was a yarn ball through which it is certainly accompanied with a needle. Say that it had a needle pierced like this. What if it had certainly harmed my client?
No.
Then it was
Evidence that
saturated
it had needle. You have to prove that all those things.
Exactly, my lords.
Burden is upon you.
Certainly, my lords. However, my lords, it's just to quote that the
No witness says that there was a needle or it contained a stone or something of that sort. No.
My lords, the council stated that's just for the purpose of example, my lords, to contradict the A4 sheet example which my lords had certainly given. That was the reason. And my lords, it's the previous hostility which we would like this honorable court to take attention of. But however, my lords, as my lords,
good.
As my lords had taken very cognizance of that certainly not being a premeditated murder, this honorable bench, as the counsel had already pointed, may at least convict him of culpable homicide, stating that at that particular place, he had in a sudden provocation, at least he had pushed the accused, causing his death. However, my lords, it is pertinent to note that he has to be put behind bars, at least under culpable homicide. My lords, again, the council will very much rely upon, off the record, it is certainly on the it is certainly the proposition drafter who had already drafted the charges. If I am to appear before this honorable bench, if I am to approach this honorable bench as the state of before the investigation even commenced, I would have myself put only only culpable homicide. But however, it was not given to me as such. All I was able to do is convince the bench as much as possible that it was a murder as such. But however, if the bench is convinced that it's culpable homicide, I'd be far than happy that he is convicted of that either.
No, we are not. Still, we are not. See, you have not established that he was mentally totally out. Now you are arguing he was insane like. Isn't it? You are arguing he was insane. Insanity is an exception under the law.
Exactly, my lord.
No insane person can be committing offenses.
Exactly,
Isn't it? What do you say for that?
My lords, we are not.
Insanity can be a defense.
My lords, insanity can certainly definitely be a defense, my lords. It's regarded under the general exceptions category by itself. But however, the defense counsel has certainly not proven that he is insane. He's just a person with autism spectrum disorder. But does AST?
No, what you are projecting is that you are projecting he was violent, he was mad like person and did this crime. You are projecting it. They are simply saying he was a good person, you had autism, and you was not violent. This is repeatedly said.
My lords,
it is for you to prove it.
My lords, my witnesses state the contradictory. They have indeed witnessed such particular incidents of how violent he gets. If at all, my lords, they have just gotten 3 people. There would have been 50 other people those who have gotten certainly hurt, and there could have been another set of people. But however, we are restricted to the given witnesses and their statements. And with that, my lords, I request the honorable bench to consider at the weight of evidence.
Okay.
The council would conclude with that, my lords. It was a pleasure arguing before you, my lords.
Thank you. Yes, defense.
If we take the prosecutor's understanding of mens rea, this court should hold me guilty of mens rea because this is me smirking, this is my death stare, and this is me being a loner in my room. Your Lordship, this case over here, there was burden of proof upon the prosecution to prove beyond reasonable doubt that it is, in fact, a case of 103 murder. In his closing statements, the prosecutors already conceded to the fact of not 103 murder and not even defined which charge it's under. Your Lordship, firstly, this is a matter of convenience over justice. This case was started on 22nd August and completed on 22nd August. This was a gross violation of the principle of natural justice. The principle.
Why?
Yes, Your Lordship, I would like you to note the oral statements given by the IO, Arun. Over there, he specifically mentioned that he's arrested the client, that the investigating officer, firstly, has taken evidences, but the evidences he's taken is not material. Your Lordship, he's taken a football, he's taken a watch, but he's not taken the very shirt that, according to the prosecution, is on which our client would have forced. There is no fingerprint aspect. There is no aspect of conviction. Your Lordship, over here, there's so many discrepancies available. Firstly,
so you mean to say that you should not have conducted very fast investigation and completed the charge sheet?
Your Lordship, the defense has the right of a free and fair trial. Your Lordship, over here, as you mentioned yourself, this is not a case of
No. See, normally if the police take long time, complaint is police take long time. Now he has efficiently done, finished it whole thing. It was short time he has done it. What is wrong with that?
Yes, sir, the IO has efficiently taken another person's life because over here, the dignity of my client has been completely violated. Your Lordship, I'd like you to note the discrepancies in the FIR. In the FIR, it's clearly written that, in fact, there was no violent action, there was no violent force, and the IO goes on to completely negate.
Defense counsel, what is your defense? Are you accepting that Arjun pushed him down? Are you pleading insanity as a defense? Or you are even questioning the very occurrence?
Your Lordship, as
Or you are pleading the alternative? Or you are pleading the alternative?
Your Honor, as you mentioned yourself, defense has the option of taking multiple defenses.
Yes, yes.
First defense is general defense, where we are going to
Okay.
prove that the prosecution has not fulfilled the burden of proof. Your Lordship, after
No,
this,
what do you say for the last scene together?
Sorry, Your Lordship.
What do you say for last scene together? That's a vital one.
Honor,
Nobody
I
else
couldn't hear
was
you.
there.
Could
When
you
the
please repeat
incident
the
took place, yourself and the deceased.
Your Honor, I'm
And
so
then
okay.
last scene together theory
Your Honor,
put
I
up by
would
the
like
prosecution.
to talk about this theory specifically. In this theory, there are exceptions. One of the exceptions given by that court that has given this theory has been if there is a time gap. Your Honor, I would like you to note that the prosecution's witness only, the prosecution witness Vedant Puri himself mentioned that the ball was kicked far away. Then him and his friends went to drink water while Vedant went on to take the ball. Your Lordship, clearly there's a time gap over here. Clearly the aspect of last seen a witness does not even apply because in the FIR as well, it's clearly mentioned that there were last two seen people. These two people included Vedant Puri. So clearly negating this theory. You have to understand, Your Honor, over here in the case of 103, there's a high burden of proof of reasonable doubt of prosecution. And to transfer this BOP, they have to meet the threshold of last seen theory. That is a very high threshold. That threshold has to be corroborated with the facts. Over here, the FIR that's submitted by the prosecution clearly negates this. Secondly, the time gap mentioned by the prosecution's witness clearly negates this. So this theory cannot be applied here. It's an exception to this theory, Your Honor. And additionally, that case specifically, if I may talk about, it is a closed room. It is a room with camera. Over here, as the prosecution has tried to cross-examine again and again, this is the public area. This is the part. This is a place where there are multiple witnesses, and this is not the similarity of the case cannot be applied because of the differences present in this.
No,
Your Honor,
prosecution, it proves that you were seen last and there was no evidence somebody else was to be present or could be present. Then why we should not draw adverse inference?
Honor, so in that case,
and considering that this person was suffering from autism, why should we not take that?
Your Honor, firstly, that's a prejudice against people with autism. Firstly, I would start with the aspect of the case that he's relying on. Over there's video evidence. Over here, we are relying upon the assumptions made by people who have already have prejudices. If you notice, they weren't aware of the autism. They just treated as peculiar behavior. And when we talk about this peculiar behavior, it's smirking. It's giving a death stare. Then I should also be considered as someone with peculiar behavior. There's a mindset that's there. There's a prejudice that's present with the prosecution. This is clearly shown by the witnesses, by the statement of the witness.
That's why brother asked you what theory you want to put it. What exactly? Because your evidence all along effort is to show that he was suffering mentally or autism, let me put it. He was suffering from autism, so there is no fault on his part. This is what ultimately your evidence has been led. Otherwise, you should have kept quiet. Accused did not open his mouth. Now, once you have opened that, your case is totally that the autism, because of the autism, this thing has happened. Why we should not take that?
Autism is a relevant fact in this case, but not the most important point.
That's the only evidence you have led repeatedly. Yes. You should not even let evidence. Accused is not required to produce witnesses. Total burden is on the accused.
Over here,
defense,
character assassination of my client.
To prove beyond reasonable doubt, you should have kept quiet. That's all. Once you lead the evidence, now we will scrutinize that evidence we are required to look into. Your theory appears to be autism, that's all. He was not sound, mentally sound, ultimately.
Your Honor, I actually would like to defend that because I believe, and my client believes that he did not participate in this action. And it is obviously the general rule, the burden of proof is on the prosecution, but we would like to secure our case. We would like the innocent to remain innocent, Your Honor. And over here specifically, this is why we dwell with ambit of actions. There's also the aspect of the victim, of the witnesses. Your Honor, it's clearly shown that the basis of this case is circumstantial evidence. And that again in last seen theory is a very iffy character. In last seen theory, it has to be an eyewitness or an evidence produced that clearly, undoubtedly states that the only possible person that was there with the victim could have been the accused. That is not the case here, Your Honor. And the aspect of why is the case of last seen theory coming up? Because we're relying on the expert opinion of the medical examiner. Your Honor, I am no medical student, but it clearly showcased today that the medical examiner is tampered with. Your Honor, Meerabad's statement, clearly, we could not ascertain the fact that what were the scratches from. Your Honor, the scratches could have merely been from the football match that happened prior to this incident. Your Honor, the aspect of the medical examiner not being aware of the way the person fell, not being aware of the facts, not being aware of and changing her statement from the postmortem report to here clearly negates, in the case of an opinion of an expert, the threshold is much higher than an opinion of a layman, Your Honor. Over here, we're relying upon a person's life on her. Here, we have to notice the reliability of methods. We have to notice biasness. Clearly, there's a bias here. Your Honor, from the first statement given by Meera Bhatt, she is convinced that this is a push, that is a push that only my client could have done, and there were no statements against it. There's inconsistency with the statement of the expert testimony upon whom we are relying upon. Your Honor, the charges of 103 can last up to the case of capital punishment, and this is a very grave nature. And failure to disclose or follow scientific basis, failure to give reasonable reasons. Over here, I can cite cases such as Chamkaur Singh versus Mittu, Dayal Singh versus State of Uttarakhand. Over here, it's specifically mentioned when an evidence of such material nature, when given by the medical examiner, is questioned to such an extent, then this firstly, this evidence cannot be admitted. Secondly, if it's not admitted, and then the whole case of actus reus that the prosecution has attempted to build clearly gets pushed over. Your Honor, going back to the mens rea issue that was raised by my prosecutor, he relied upon facts that were not presented in the PW statements. Your Honor, I would like to take upon the case of Darshan Singh versus State of Punjab. Over here, it's clearly, if I may say the verbatim, prosecution cannot seek to prove a fact during trial through a witness, which such a witness is not provided during police investigation. Your Honor, over here, the facts that are mentioned about the woolen ball, about the needle, about verbatim, specifically that they claim that my client has said, I'll make you pay. Your Honor, this was never disclosed in the investigation. And it's very suspicious that suddenly the prosecution is spewing up this story where all its witnesses are coming up with this. And that's why that, again, those statements which they clearly relied upon from mens rea cannot be admissible. Your Honor, there's a clear story being broadcasted over here by the prosecution that has so many lacunas. Your Honor, over here, though the prosecution did not seek this, I would like to get into the aspect of circumstantial evidences, the 5-layer test, the punch shield test that was laid in Sharad case. Over here, there is no circumstantial evidence because it does not fulfill the needs of this test. In this test, it was specifically mentioned exclusion of all other hypotheses. Your Honor, I would like to ask you today that do you truly 100% believe that the only possibility of the accused of the victim falling is because of a push of such nature by my client? Your Honor, all these three facts have not been proven. The fact that we don't have the clothes, the fact that we don't have fingerprints negates that aspect. The fact that the medical examiner's compromised due to her lack in uniformity, due to her inconsistency, that is negated. The fact that last seen test cannot apply because there's a discrepancy in the time given by Vedant Puri in written submission and in oral submission, and a time gap is an exception for the rule that was provided by the prosecutor himself. Your Honor, clearly the essentials that are required for 103 murder have not been met in this case. There is no mens rea, there's no actus rea, and the only thing that is proved is also proved by evidence that I hold and you must hold as well, is not admissible due to its the postmortem's nature, due to the postmortem's inconsistency that's seen. Your Honor, going back, firstly summarizing once again to not cause any confusion, there's lack of a fair investigation. Your Honor, as mentioned earlier.
Forget the facts for a moment. Two questions. Cite us some leading cases on legal insanity as a defense, point number one, and whether autism will fall within the expression legal insanity to be an
Your Honor,
exception.
okay, Your Honor, the defense of insanity, it can be, let me take the case of Emperor versus Prabhu, or there are multiple cases where autism as such has not specifically been given the complete reliance upon. And there's the aspect of legal insanity and the medical insanity. Your Honor, while this is a mere argument that you're presenting before you, I would like to solidify this as well. Your Honor, I would like you to know the fact that our witness, the psychiatrist, whose credentials have been checked by both sides, clearly stated that our client does have ASD. Now, this is established. This is mere medical insanity. Now, to prove legal insanity, we have to talk about a time of occurrence. Firstly, as revealed in the cross-examination only, the psychiatrist clearly stated that there's a deterioration in the client's ASD case, though that is a case of lifelong. Secondly, Your Honor, specifically in this case, as our witnesses, they have not been for mere autism, they've been for character building, for understanding the relationship between the accused and the
Counsel,
victim.
your difference between legal insanity and medical insanity.
Yeah. Your Honor, I would like to take about the case of Prakash.
See, legal insanity is if at the time of committing the crime, he was not in his senses.
Your Honor,
medical is, of course, medical evidence.
Okay, Your Honor, once
it is for you now.
Yeah, Your Honor, once again, going back to the fact that this is not a primary defense. Our primary defense, and we're not considering the fact, is that the BOP has not been passed to us, and that in fact the defense is the presumption of innocence, and that the prosecution has not been able to fulfill their test. That being said, I will take up the aspect of insanity and the aspect of unsoundness of mind. Your Lordship, the aspect of insanity, the aspect of unsoundness is mental in nature. And now this is why we've taken about expert opinion. Over here, the expert opinion we've taken about is psychiatrist. Your Honor, you have to realize that she's not only, if you've noticed in the examination, she's not talked about only his autism. She's talking about his character. She's talking about behavior. I'm sorry. If you notice specifically in this case, the character that's built over here is someone who gets flustered. She and other witnesses have mentioned about prior interaction or case here where he's, as the prosecution has also mentioned, he's imploded in an emotional manner that he doesn't understand where he is, that he's not able to comprehend facts. Firstly, a normal ASD person also not able to comprehend facts and as a normal individual, prudent individual to do. Secondly, in this specific case, Keshav was in fact a trigger for him. Your Honors, I would like you to imagine today, right now, you are a person with autism. You are firstly excluded by the society. Everyone has an assumption that you're weird, that you're different, that you're not like us. And specifically in this situation, you're just having a peaceful time on a bench, doing your sketching, and a ball comes so far away near you. You're already startled because as a person with autism, he's used to his routine, and sudden change is something he's not used to. Secondly, the person who's coming to get it is Keshav. Keshav, as you cited multiple instances, like the instance of him calling him retard, the instance of him calling him ruthless words, the instance of him calling him dumb. It's something that he is used to his bullying, and it was an immediate reaction. And that's when he was not in his soundness of mind. Your Honor, in the case of legal...
And one last question. Then why not accept the prosecutor's argument? If it is not murder, then culpable homicide not amounting to murder.
Your
Why
Honor,
not accept that?
I would like to clarify 100% that my client has in fact not done this crime. My client is innocent. My client has not taken part. That being said, the defense has a right to take multiple defenses to secure the case. Your Honor, today, as you've seen in the investigation process itself, there's been a prejudice. There's been a hurry. What is the hurry over here? You will notice that there have been so many inaccuracies. There have been story building. Your Honor, the PWs that were submitted did not include these stories, but the reliance of the prosecutor to their story that are primarily of this so-called "I'll make you pay" smirking. Your Honor, I do that myself as well. Does that mean that I'm of mens rea? No. The reason they're pinpointing on my client is because he has autism, because they think that this is peculiar behavior. This is because of their lack of awareness of mental illness, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, if I may just have concluding remarks.
Okay, thank you. Conclude. Finish.
Yeah. Your Honor, firstly, burden of proof clearly beyond reasonable doubt. The prosecution have not been able to prove because the essentials of mens rea and actus rea have not been proved. The mens rea relied on circumstances that cannot be admissible here because they were not written in this.
Counsel, I'm reminded what Lord Denning has said about this reasonable doubt. Don't stretch the thread of reasonable too much, otherwise the justice will snap.
Your Honor, I will ask you this point blank. Are you convinced today that the evidences given by the prosecution that my client is the person beyond reasonable doubt who has committed this crime? Because no, their evidences itself are not admissible. Your Honor, the fact that the expert, the medical expert that they are relying their whole case on of the action of pushing is not reliable. Your Honor, the story that they're brewing today is come about today. When they filed the FIR, when they filed the final charge sheet, mentions of these new stories were not there. Your Honor, they're bringing up new evidences to pinpoint my client because they know that people with autism are looked down
No,
upon.
Counsel, FIR and charge sheet cannot be a sole evidence.
Yes,
That is
Your Honor.
absolute
I
evidence.
would
No,
like
what
I mentioned.
evidence is what before the court is stated.
Of
They
course,
are
Your
not
Honor.
the absolute, they are just procedural aspects.
Yes, Your Honor. So this is why I
If
relied
it is
on
not mentioned in the FIR or charge sheet, no, they are not the absolute evidences.
Yeah. Your
Only
Honor,
on that we can't convict a person or acquit a person.
of course, yeah. Your Honor, I must have misspoken. I meant the witness statements. Again, I'll recite the case of Darshan Singh versus State of Punjab, which I read earlier, where it clearly said prosecution cannot seek to prove a fact during trial through which a witness is not mentioned in their police investigation. Your Honor, clearly, firstly, the fact that they have wrapped up this investigation so fast to put the blame on the client, and secondly, the fact that they've no one, Your Honor, you should recognize the fact that none of their witnesses have mentioned any aspect of him saying such threatening words that they claim to be saying today. And today, suddenly, all the witnesses consecutively saying these statements. And that being said, these statements do not amount of mens rea. Your Honor, I can say in this court today, I will make you pay. Does that mean tomorrow that if an incident happens near me that I have mens rea? No, Your Honor. Clearly, the backing of this evidence cannot be held. The evidence itself is not enough to meet the threshold of mens rea.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Your
Okay.
Honor, that's about it. The aspect of witness credibility has been questioned.
Okay.
Thank you.
I may just say the
Thank
prayer.
you. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. You can.
Should I say or is that fine, Your Honor?
Pardon?
Should I say the prayer or is this fine?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, prayer.
Okay. Prayer.
Yes.
Wherefore, in the light of the issues raised, arguments advanced, reasons given, and authorities cited, this court may be pleased to hold that the accused is not guilty under Section 103 of BNS and pass any other order, direction, or relief that this court may be pleased to grant in the best interest of justice, equity, and good conscience. Your Honor, it was a pleasure arguing before this court.
Thank you. Thank you.
My lords, may the counsel please rebut the arguments of the learned defense counsel if the honorable bench may assent to, just for a minute.
Your Honor, this is not as per protocol. You may not rebut a closing statement.
We are not rebutting, my lord, we are not certainly rebutting the closing statement either, just on the part of the arguments.
Honor,
Which, in
the
the interest of justice,
prosecution
again, my
seems
lord,
to
it's left to
believe
the bench's discretion.
No, what is your rebuttal evidence you want to give?
So, not certainly evidences as such, my lords. We just go around how they have clearly misled this honorable bench on a few aspects as such.
No, we have asked enough. Now enough. No question.
Certainly, my lords.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Courtroom Master, you can take over. This brings us to an end of this particular round. Our tech team, please go ahead and allot for the breakout rooms.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a pleasure arguing today.
Thank you.
I hope we didn't become too argumentative here.
It was a pleasure appearing before, my lords. Much
Yeah,
obliged.
it is a pleasure. Very good.
Thank you so much, my lords.
Thank you so much, my lords. It was a pleasure arguing before this court.
The participants may leave the meeting. A message will be provided to you with
No,
regards to.
seriously, I think they can stay. We'll proceed with the valedictory right away.
Okay, done.
Yeah.
Jovita, at seven they'll be at the main lobby.
But they're supposed to close the break.
We'll, we have the team also. Jovita, you may close this breakout room.
Yes, sir. All the breakout rooms have been closed, so they'll be in the main meeting in a few
I
minutes.
had a signal, I had a connectivity issue. I couldn't like unmute and I couldn't tell, but all breakout rooms have been closed and they'll join the meeting in like exactly 10 seconds, sir.
Okay.
Oh.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm back.
Yes, sir. Then we can begin
Yeah, sure.
ceremony.
Unmute. 1 minute.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, faculty members, participants, and distinguished judges, a very good evening and welcome to the valedictory ceremony
Start the video.
of the second annual Trial Advocacy Competition 2024, organized by the Moot Court Association of Symbiosis Law School, Hyderabad. It is with immense pleasure and great pride that I, Siddhi,
And I, Abhi, stand before you to celebrate the culmination of legal mastery, dedication, and the spirit of advocacy that has defined this competition. Throughout this journey, we have witnessed the manifestation of brilliant legal minds, each participant displaying an unwavering commitment to the pursuit of justice. As we reflect on the intense debates, meticulous arguments, and the pursuit of truth within the courtroom, let us acknowledge the tireless efforts of the Moot Court Association, our faculty mentors Dr. Gurudev Sahil and Ms. Ramanpreet Kaur, and every single one of the student faculty and administrative staff who have been working tirelessly behind the scenes, who have made this event a resounding success.
the success of the second edition of the annual Trial Advocacy Competition 2024 epitomizes the realization of our ambitions. The Moot Court Association, with unwavering commitment, has endeavored to instill in students the paramount importance of mooting and trial advocacy. In furtherance of its goal, it has successfully orchestrated various internal and national level competitions, including the 8th National Moot Court Competition held this year. The inclusion of Justice G.R. Swaminathan and Justice S.R. Banumat on the adjudicatory panel of the final round has not only augmented the caliber of our competition, but has also served as a great source of inspiration for us to inspire higher standards of societal contribution and to advocate for causes transcending personal interests.
We extend our heartfelt congratulations to all the participants for their exceptional performances and commendable efforts. Your journey throughout this competition marks not only personal growth, but a significant contribution to the rich tapestry of legal education. Symbiosis Law School, Hyderabad, the constituent of Symbiosis International University, has endeavored to pursue foundational ethos of Symbiosis since its establishment in 2014. Encapsulated in the principle of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, meaning the world is one family, it has now blossomed into one of the premier law schools in India and is committed to impart legal education, conforming to acclaimed international standards. Without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Gurudev Sahil, the faculty in charge of the Moot Court Association, to address the audience.
Thank you, Abir. Good evening, everyone. It is with immense pleasure that I welcome Justice S.R. Banumat, faculty members, staff, participants present in the valedictory ceremony of the second annual Trial Advocacy Competition 2024 organized by the Moot Court Association of Symbiosis Law School, Hyderabad. The ceremony marks the end of a remarkable 3 days consisting of the inauguration ceremony graced by Honorable Justice Venkat Gopal Gowda, former judge of the Supreme Court of India, on the day one. On day two, we witnessed great energy and enthusiasm from all the participating teams in the preliminary round one and round two. The day ended with quarterfinal rounds, wherein the top 4 teams qualified for the semi-final rounds. Today, the day three, we saw the teams displaying passion in their semi-final and final rounds. The final rounds were adjudged by esteemed dignitaries, Honorable Mr. Justice Swaminathan and Honorable Justice S.R. Banurma. At its core, trial advocacy is about mastering courtroom tactics. It's about the art of persuasion, the science of presenting evidence, and the commitment to upholding justice. For those of us who aspire to pursue careers in law, trial advocacy provides the foundational skills necessary to succeed in the legal profession. But its importance stretches far beyond law schools and courtroom walls. It's a transformative learning experience for every student, regardless of their future career path. Competitions, whether academic, athletic, artistic, or entrepreneurial, provide more than just an opportunity to test your skills or win a prize. They offer something far more valuable, a chance to grow, to learn, and to connect with the world in ways that can transform your approach to challenges, enhance your abilities, and open doors you never imagined. Trial advocacy serves as a training ground for future lawyers. It is a powerful tool that cultivates a diverse range of essential skills, including effective communication, critical thinking, ethical decision making, leadership, and a commitment to justice, whether in the courtroom or beyond. These skills are vital for students in every field and every profession. For those who pursue careers in law, trial advocacy is foundational. It provides an opportunity to develop lifelong skills that will serve them in every corner of life. In a time when the ability to communicate, analyze, and think critically is more important than ever. Trial advocacy is not just important, it is indispensable. I would like to congratulate all participants, regardless of the results or outcome of the competition. Going into the competition, obviously, winning is the ultimate goal, but the hope that this event provided everyone an opportunity to learn something, be it knowledge of law, skills, or otherwise. All the very best for all the participants. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. It is now with great pleasure and honor that I formally introduce our guest for the valedictory ceremony, Justice S.R. Banurmat, former Chief Justice of Kerala High Court, former State Public Prosecutor for the Government of Karnataka, and the former Chairman of Maharashtra State Human Rights Commission. I would now like to invite sir to kindly address the participants of the competition.
Sir,
Yeah. Audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All the faculty members, Dr. Gurdev, organizers of the Moot of this great institution, Symbiosis, and most importantly, my dear young friends who are dreaming to become advocate or maybe judge like me, or corporate lawyers, or businessmen, or join administrative services, or just have a law degree. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening to you all. At the outset, let me congratulate to all the participants as well as the organizers for this trial advocacy competition. It always gives me pleasure to attend and address the budding lawyers and especially the moot courts. Because after almost now 51 years in this legal field, right from the advocate to law commission, and especially after retiring 14 years back, when I sit on the judge as a judge in the moot court, it takes me back to old days when I was an advocate practicing and arguing, and when I was a judge, when I was deciding. I still enjoy listening to the younger generation and many times wonder about your new ideas, skills, ways of argument, etc. Secondly, I love moot competitions because I am the first unofficial mooter in India, one of the first 6 unofficial mooters. At that time, in 1968, when I was in second year of the law, there was no concept of mooting. It started in somewhere in, I think, 1981 or so. But a few of us friends, when we were visiting courts, we thought, why not argue case? We called it as a mock court. And now, those days, we did not have facilities like you. Today, you have got your smartphones, computers, all the material available at the tip of your fingers. Now, in those days, nothing was available to us. We took out the air reporter, and in those days, that was the famous case was Golaknath. Golaknath case we took down from the judgment reported. We culled out what are the possible arguments on the one side and the other side, and we made all our professors, 13 judges, professors, to sit as a Supreme Court judge and argue. So now, that's why I said I'm very proud always as an unofficial few mooters, first few mooters, to enjoy the moot competitions in the modern days. Why I mentioned is this, again, I'd say you are all lucky people. You have got all the training now. Foundation is laid down for your practice also. And I always was of the opinion that trial court moot should be there. Most of them I have attended are all appellate courts, either High Court or Supreme Court moots. Now, trial court, as Professor Gurudev was mentioning, is the basic foundation for the advocates. And I always advise whenever somebody comes to me and says, where should I practice? I said, for a few years at least, go to the trial court, because there you will get good experience of trial court work. And that is the foundation for this, your career. Now, with my experience, because I also practiced in trial court, I can say there is a vast difference between advocacy in the trial court and the appellate court. In the trial court, as I said, you laid down the foundation of the entire case. And appellate stage, it is only the scrutiny of the evidence of the foundation laid down by you, and the judge decides. So, as such, the trial court, where you are physically interacting with the witnesses, they are gullible, they are innocent, and when you try to extract answers in their favor, there lies your skill. So, I always say that trial court advocates are the true artists, and the appellate court advocates are the presenter of the art. And so far as judges are concerned, the trial court judges are the original appraiser of the art, and appellate judges are art critics. We always look into that way. Now, according to me, mere participation in these moot competitions, apart from winning trophies and prizes, you gain a lot of experience in research, in sharpening your skills of oratory, chief examination, cross-examination, and I always call it, especially the cross-examination is art, very, very beautifully required, unless you are prepared for that eventuality, how to extract answers in favor of your client, in favor of your case, then you fail. So, art of cross-examination is, see, examination chief is very easy. Examination is chief, is a set of patterns are there, you do it. But while doing cross-examination, many times it's seen in the courts, witness doesn't give the answers what you want. Now, how to extract that within the boundaries, legal boundaries, is the art which is required to be undertaken. And these moot courts give the foundation. Of course, as I was mentioning, I must have attended more than 150 national and international moots, but this is the first time I was sitting as a trial court judge. And it was immensely a wonderful experience for me also. So, my few tips to the mooting competitions to succeed. First, you must have total grip of your facts, subject fact, and law. Now, top level research is presently required, and you have got all the instruments available to you. Search engines are there. There are moot court on websites, how to train, how to do the mooting, etc. Now you have to go on doing it. And you must develop an ability to think on the spot as you face different type of witnesses. And many times, judges like me will put some awkward question, though not connected maybe. Now you must be able to think on your legs how to answer it. There lies your skill, and that skill has to be developed by you all. Now, most of the time it is monotonous. It is when appellate moots are held, but this is very, very interesting. It was all the participants have done excellent, we must say, and of course, as Olympic motto says, winning is not sufficient. Participation itself is a great work. Now, my congratulations to all the participants who have done, irrespective of whether you win or lose, or you come to the finals or not. You have done your best, and you must now sharpen your skills more and more so that you reach the finals, the winning, which are the winning teams. Now, only one thing I would suggest. Now you are required to attend trial courts for a few days. It's mandatory. Now, it is not enough you go 1 day or 2 days or 1 week or so in the court. You must learn to sit in the court and follow a case. Then you will know exactly how the witnesses behave, how they answer, how the advocates cross-examine them, get the answers they want, and all those things. So you must start following particular case. If you are interested in civil, it takes time. Criminal also similarly. There are many number of witnesses will be there, and you must follow that so that you can develop your art of cross-examination. I'm emphasizing art of cross-examination is because that will give your whole picture. You will make a good advocate. Those who could not succeed, only my message I can give is there is no success without failure and no winning without losing. Cheer it up, keep it up all. God bless you. Thank you very much. Once again, thank you all for giving me this opportunity to join you all in this wonderful event. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind and inspiring words. We are truly grateful to be in the presence of an accomplished and formidable personality in the legal domain. Now, coming to the most awaited part of the evening, the moment we have all been waiting for. I request Honorable Mr. Justice S.R. Banurmat to declare the results of the competition.
Not received the result.
I have sent it, sir.
Or WhatsApp you have sent?
Yes, sir.
Just
you can read it out.
Yeah, let me. Okay, the final rounds were between TC 208 and TC 201, which is the defense. A team that has won the final rounds is the team representing the prosecution, TC 208, from School of Excellence in Law, Chennai. The runners-up of course, are TC 201, National Law Institute, University, Bhopal. Now, additionally, the competition also holds for a best speaker and best witnesses. Smriti Anil Kumar from the School of Excellence in Law, Chennai, is the best speaker. Now, best witness competition goes to witness number 1 from TC 208, Sai Shruti, former from the School of Excellence in Law, Chennai. Hearty congratulations to all winners as well as the organizers for the beautiful event. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Arjun.
Hearty congratulations to all the winners and the participants of the competition. I would now like to call upon Dr. Gurudev Sahil, the faculty in charge of the Moot Court Association, to deliver the expression of gratitude.
Thank you. Greetings once again, and I extend my sincere appreciation to the entire gathering to be here in the valedictory ceremony of the second edition of Annual Trial Advocacy Competition organized by MCA SLS Hyderabad. Our deepest gratitude goes out to the distinguished personalities and honored guests who have graced us with their presence today. Their remarkable support and encouragement have been the driving force behind the realization of this event. We are truly privileged to have their esteemed company and are thankful for their invaluable contribution. It is with profound privilege and honor that I express my gratitude to the distinguished chief guest of valedictory ceremony, as well as the judge of the final round of the event, former Chief Justice of Kerala High Court, His Lordship Honorable Justice S.R. Bhanumat, for gracing this assembly with his esteemed presence. Your words have not only served as a wellspring of inspiration for all of us, but also have served as a poignant reminder of the shared passion we harbor for the field of law. Your wisdom and insights have not only elevated the valedictory ceremony, but also have set a tone of excellence for the competition ahead. As we had already pointed out, sir, that your amazing energy has rubbed off on every one of us, and we are amazed by the passion that you have shown. And you have set a tone of excellence for the competition for the final rounds that we had. It is also my profound honor and privilege to express my gratitude to our distinguished judge of the final round of the event, sitting judge of Madurai bench of Madras High Court, His Lordship Honorable Justice G.R. Swaminathan. I wish to convey my sincerest appreciation to the Chancellor of SIU Pune, Dr. S.B. Majumdar, the Pro-Chancellor of SIU, Dr. Vidya Yevadekar, and the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ramakrishna Raman, for their steadfast support. Additionally, I extend my gratitude to the Dean and Director of Symbiosis Law School, Dr. Professor Sasikala Gurpur, for her invaluable contribution. I would like to express my gratitude to our esteemed Director, Dr. Sunil George, and our Deputy Director, Dr. Anuradha Binduri, for their valuable guidance. I would like to extend my appreciation to the Administrative Officer, Mr. Haji, and Mr. Suresh from the IT Administration. Special shout out to you, sir, and the entire IT team of the Symbiosis Hyderabad campus, who have made their indispensable contributions, which were pivotal, and without their efforts, it goes without saying, this event would not have been feasible. I wish to express my gratitude to Ms. Ramanpreet Kaur and Dr. Sayuk Ahmed Shah for their invaluable insights and assistance. And last but not the least, my heartfelt gratitude is extended to the entire Moot Court Association team. Their efforts I have seen, with my own eyes. I have been witness to their tireless and diligent efforts, which has played a crucial, pivotal role in flawlessly organizing an event of such grand scale. I'm really proud of you. I'm really proud of the entire team. Their commitment to excellence and meticulous attention to detail had truly set a standard for future endeavors. I'm deeply appreciative of their collective contributions. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you so much for your kind words, sir. Now it would be my greatest pleasure to call upon Ms. Neha Mandal, the advisory board member of the Moot Court Association, to deliver the vote of thanks and to conclude this event.
Thank you so much, Abhir. A very good evening to everyone, respected Justice S.R. Banurmat sir, our esteemed guest for the evening, uh, our faculty members, student participants, and my dear friends. As we draw the curtains of the second edition of the Annual Trial Advocacy Competition 2024 by the Symbiosis Law School, Hyderabad, it is with immense gratitude and pride that I am here before you to deliver the vote of thanks. This event has been a testament to teamwork, dedication, and the spirit of advocacy. And it would not have been possible, honestly, without the collective effort and support of many individuals. I congratulate all the participants, winners, and the prize holders in the event of this evening for the commendable job that you all have put into this competition. Moving on, even though Sir, our faculty in charge, Gurudev Sahil Sir, has thanked everyone, but I would take the moment to first and foremost extend the heartfelt gratitude to the college administration for their unwavering support and encouragement. Your trust in our vision and the resource you provided enabled us to do this event and execute it successfully. To our distinguished judges who took time out of their busy schedule to elevate each round and of this competition, your insights and feedback have been valuable to the participants. Your presence not only elevated the prestige of the competition, but also inspired all of us to strive for excellence. A special mention to my incredible team of the Moot Court Association. Your tireless efforts, late nights, and relentless dedication ensured a very seamless execution of this event, guys. To my batchmates who stepped up in whatever we needed, the ex MCA members who offered guidance and support, and I cannot thank you all enough for your contribution. Your legacy continues to inspire us. To the volunteers, courtroom assistants, witnesses, and everyone else who have played a role in ensuring the smooth flow of this event, your hard work behind the scenes hasn't gone unnoticed. You truly exemplified teamwork and commitment towards it, and we are deeply grateful for your efforts. Our MCA faculty members, both present and past, have been the backbone of this initiative. Your mentorship, sir, advice, and constant support have been instrumental in helping us achieve this milestone. We are incredibly fortunate to have such a dedicated faculty members guiding us, sir. A special note of appreciation goes to the problem drafters, Ms. Dvija Shah and Ms. Shilpa. The thought, effort, and the intricacies that you have crafted the moot problem, the trial proposition with, has challenged the participants and enriched the overall experience of the competition. Last but certainly not the least, our guest of the day, of the evening, Justice S.R. Banurmat sir, thank you so much for gracing us this event with your esteemed presence. Your inspiring words and valuable insights have left us with an incredible mark on all of us. As we conclude this remarkable journey, I thank each and every one of you for your contribution and making the second edition of the Annual Trial Competition 2024 a grand success. Let us continue to uphold the spirit of advocacy and strive for greater achievements in future. On this note, I declare the second annual trial advocacy competition closed. Thank you and have a wonderful evening, everyone.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank
God
you,
bless
sir.
you. God bless you
Thank you,
all.
sir.
Can everyone switch on their video?
Yes, sir.
No. All right, we can end the meet. Thank
So,
you, everyone.
yes, sir. Thank you, all the participants, and congratulations on winning the competition. Thank you so much for joining us.
Participants can leave the meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, organizing
Thank you so
committee.
much.
Thank you so much.
MCA members, please stay back for like 10-15 more minutes. I promise you I won't take more of your time.
Participating teams have left.